fell. Did you fall?
I fell. That is not a question.
Okay. And you described the time that you fell kind of as a tornado.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
objecting over leading.
And I'm not leading, I'm setting up a question.
Yeah, I overrule the objection.
Can you tell the jury whether or not that photograph looked like a tornado?
Absolutely. I couldn't make anything out of it.
I also would like to ask you a couple. Are you familiar with him?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you known him?
When I was in elementary school.
Okay, so you've known him for a real long time.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of person is he?
Sweet, sweet boy. So caring. Sometimes quiet, but when you get to know him, very fun, loving.
Does he start fights?
Absolutely not.
Does he care about Emma?
Very much so.
Have you ever known him to do anything that would hurt Emma?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever known him to do anything that would hurt anybody else?
Never.
No further questions.
Those are my questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Watch your step, Ms. Barber, as you're stepping down.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Take your turn. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is Sam Foltz.
Sam Foltz.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Mr. Foltz. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Samuel Sidney Folks,
And could you spell your middle name for the court reporter?
Sidney.
Mr. Foltz, how old are you?
I am 25.
And did you grow up in the Nashville, I guess Franklin, Williamson County area?
More Franklin than Nashville, yes, ma'am.
Currently, what do you do?
Coach high school baseball and finishing up a second degree at the University of Tennessee at Martin.
And in 2019, what were you doing then?
Playing college baseball,
Where did you play baseball at?
the University of Tennessee at Martin.
And prior to that, where did you go to high school?
Battleground Academy.
And did you know Clay Beathard and Paul Trepini?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you known Paul Trepini?
Paul Trepini, I met him in 8th grade when I came over to BGA.
And can you describe Paul? What type of person was he?
Oh, Paul was different, really. He was very outgoing, goofy, smart, probably too smart for his own good. Very witty, liked to joke around a lot. He was able to take a serious situation and make it more relaxing for everybody. So it was nice to always have Paul around.
And was Paul the type of person that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
And had you ever seen Paul with a weapon before?
No, ma'am.
And Clay Beathard, did you know him?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe Mr. Beathard?
Loyal, funny, can never really make up his mind most of the time. He's just always had everybody's back. He was a leader. Everybody wanted to be like Clay. So he's just probably the best person to know.
And how long had you known Clay?
I knew Clay from Pee Wee football when we were 7 or 8, and then kind of fell apart, went to different places, and we met back up at BGA at 8th grade.
And can you describe Clay? Is he the type of person that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
And had you ever seen him with a weapon before?
No, ma'am.
And your kind of other friend group, you went out with a group of friends on that December 20th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of talking about some of the other people in the group, can you describe Wilson Mccullough?
Wilson, very relaxed, kind of minded his own, a lot. He was always there if you needed him. He was probably one of the better persons to go to just because he always had a calm and relaxed mindset about everything. He was easy to talk to, funny, always had a smile. You know, I never really saw him upset ever. So he's just a good person to be around.
And what about his demeanor? Was he the type of person that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
And had you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And AJ Bethurum, do you know him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you known Mr. Bethurum?
Since 8th grade.
And what type of person is AJ? Can you describe him?
Smart, funny, redneck, outgoing. That's just pretty much AJ, you know.
And is Mr. Bethurum, is he the type of person that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And I want to draw your attention to that night. What do you remember doing that night? Kind of how did that evening start?
We went over to the Mccullough's house. Clay had come over to the house for a little bit.
Come over to your house?
Yes, ma'am. Because we haven't seen him in a while, and he wanted to see my parents. And so we started off there, and then we just went over to Mccullough's, and then met up with the boys of the group, and the girls came over. And then we went to Nashville, planned on going to Broadway, changed plans, ended up going to Midtown.
And do you remember the first place that you went?
Kung Fu.
And how long did you guys stay there?
Maybe 10 minutes, 15, if that.
What did you do after you went to Kung Fu?
We went to Dogwood.
And is that a place that you had ever been to before?
No, ma'am.
And can you describe the mood at Dogwood Bar?
Just kind of typical, you know, bar setting. Everybody drinking, laughing, having a good time.
Do you remember anything specific happening inside the Dogwood Bar before you left? Which I guess, did anything happen related to Emma Yoder when she was on the dance floor that you remember?
Yes, she was approached by a man kind of aggressively, and she kind of, you know, said something about it and kind of stepped in, asked him to step away. She doesn't want to be bothered or anything. And then that was about it.
And so when you said that she said something, did she say something to the man that was kind of coming up to her aggressively?
It's
on the
more
dance floor?
towards us. Like, you could just see in her facial expressions that she needed help.
And I guess describe Emma. How long have you known her?
I've known her since 8th grade.
And you described her as her kind of facial expressions. Do you have the relationship where you can kind of tell her mood by the way that she looks?
Usually. Yes, ma'am.
And have you and Miss Yoder ever dated?
No, ma'am.
At the time that that happened, did you think it was significant?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, when the man approached her, did you think it was a significant event that you needed to commit to memory and remember every detail of it?
No, ma'am.
Would you recognize the person if you saw them again that approached Miss Yoder in the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could point them out and describe what they are wearing.
They're wearing a gray jacket with a brown zipper.
And you kind of pointed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the man that approached her on the dance floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And did that happen one time or more than once that you saw?
One time that I remember.
Okay. And after that happened, I guess, do you remember being in the bar and hanging out with your friends?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember a time where you interacted with the person that you identified, Mr. Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am.
And I am going to ask to be able to play a portion of Exhibit 11 file folder that is labeled 11. This is at the 8-minute mark. Mr. Fultz, if you can look at this image
Give us just a second, John.
when it appears on your screen.
Okay.
Mr. Folks, do you see yourself in this image?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you touch the screen, it should make a mark. Can you touch the screen where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see other people in your group in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you touch the screen and just kind of describe who's who?
This is Wilson Mccullough. I believe this is David Bates. This is Paul Trepini, Campbell Parker. This would be Clay Beathard. This would be Emma Yoder, and this is Toby Favre.
And the person between Mr. Parker and Miss Favre, do you recognize him?
I believe that's AJ Bethurum.
I have pressed play. Mr. Folks, do you remember kind of this moment of what's going on?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to hear anything that Wilson Mccullough was saying?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Folks, do you remember this part of the evening?
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what you remember?
I remember us leaving, getting our Ubers to go back home, and Mr. Moseley was making unwanted movements towards Emma. So I had stepped in and said, "Hey, we're leaving. There's no time for this." And that's when we walked out.
Do you recall, did you say anything related to her having a boyfriend?
Yes, I said I was her boyfriend at the time, knowing that she had one back in Colorado where she went to college.
Okay, so you and Miss Yoder weren't dating, but you did know that she had a boyfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say anything threatening to Mr. Moseley?
No, ma'am.
And I am going to play another image, which is Exhibit 11, file folder number 10. Mr. Folks, do you recognize what's in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point, did you say anything to Mr. Moseley or any of the people that he was with?
No, ma'am.
I am now playing what is Exhibit 11, file folder 12. Mr. Folks, do you recognize what is shown in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to see yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there actually a red circle that's around you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember this incident?
For the most part, yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Moseley is now near you. Do you remember what, if anything, was said between the two of you?
I do not.
Do you remember what is being shown right now? Would you like me to back it up?
Towards the end, I do remember.
Mr. Foltz, what do you remember happening?
I remember being outside waiting for everybody to leave the bar, just because we had multiple Ubers coming, just because we had such a big group and people were going to different places. And I was waiting for everybody to get outside before we made the final arrangement. Mr. Moseley approached. I didn't really see him, honestly. Then all of a sudden, I was hit into that car.
And do you remember how many times you were hit?
No, ma'am.
And can you describe how it felt after you were hit?
I didn't feel it until later on.
And what did you feel later on?
Just a throbbing pain on the right side or right or left side of my face.
Which it shows that at some point that you go across the street. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything happening related to Clay or Paul when you ran across the street?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anybody that had any weapons?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you hear anything about anybody being armed or having a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Which were you able to see that you kind of run, I guess, towards the right of the screen on the other side of the street? Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what were you doing?
I was just kind of telling him to get out of here. That, there was no reason for a fight. or
Did
anything.
you know what had happened to Clay, Paul, or AJ at that point?
No, ma'am.
And when you went after them, did you ever catch up to Mr. Moseley?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him leave the area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you see?
I just remember seeing a black car that he got in and left.
You remember what kind of car it was?
No, ma'am.
And you said it was black.
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a red car, is that right?
That I remember. I thought it was black.
Okay. And did you say anything to him at that point?
No, ma'am.
When was the first time that you knew that something had happened to your friends?
When I came back, I can't remember exactly who approached me, but they said that Clay had been stabbed.
And did you see Clay that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe that?
He was just laying there, holding his side, blood coming into his white jacket, and that's about it.
Was he able to talk?
No, ma'am.
And what about Paul? Did you see Paul?
No, ma'am.
Did you see AJ?
No, ma'am.
I could have just one moment. Thank you, Mr. Folks. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Mccullough?
Mr. Folks, how tall are you?
5'9" and 3/4.
5'9", 3/4. And Paul Trepini would be 2 inches taller than you, more or less, or would have been.
He's probably 6 foot, 6'1".
Okay. And Mr. Bethard, maybe 3 or 4 inches taller.
He's about 6'2". Yes, sir.
Okay. And Alva Bethurum's the tallest of that group, correct?
Yes, sir.
About 6'3", maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And regarding your relationship with Mr. Bethard, I found a picture where you appear to be about 14 with your arm around Mr. Bethard in football uniforms. So I assume you played football together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that through high school?
To my sophomore year, the summer of my sophomore year.
Okay. And then you concentrated on baseball after that, or
Baseball and basketball.
baseball and basketball? Was Mr. Bethard on the basketball team too, or?
He joined for 1 year, and then just focused on football and baseball because he knew football was his career path that he wanted to take.
Okay. And he played college football, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you all work out together,
Sometimes.
speed and strength training?
Mostly him, but he liked to work out by himself or with his brothers.
Okay, I understand. Now, Mr. Trepini, he was on the football team, wasn't he? Or did you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he was a captain in his senior year, wasn't he?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In high school, was Mr. Bethard really your best friend, or?
I'd say so.
And you were loyal to him, I'm sure,
Always.
and he was loyal to you.
Always.
So on the evening of the 20th, I think Mr. Bethard goes to your house, and y'all drive over to Mr. McCullough's house. Is that how that worked?
Parents dropped us off.
I'm sorry.
Parents dropped us off.
Okay. And at that party, did you smell any marijuana?
No,
Yeah.
sir.
And so about what time did y'all arrive at the McCullough residence?
10 o'clock,
10 o'clock.
10:15.
And had you and Mr. Bethard consumed any alcohol before you arrived at Mr. McCullough's residence?
No, sir.
And did Mr. McCullough provide any alcohol?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did y'all pick up any alcohol or any beer or anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 6-pack, 12-pack, or?
One of those 9-pack Coors Lights.
Okay. Now, I think you testified that you saw Mr. Moseley approach Emma Yoda on the dance floor. Did
Yes,
I
sir.
understand that? Okay. Now, you remember 8 days after the incident, December 29, you're at Battleground Academy in the library with Detective Beavis and Detective Joyce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that conversation was recorded,
Yes, sir.
and you said nothing about seeing Mr. Moseley approached on the dance floor, correct?
I don't remember.
And I'm going to pass you a series of photos from the Dogwood Bar surveillance camera, second floor stair top camera, starting at 2:46:45 a.m. And I'll let you comment.
You need the overhead, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, give us just a second to get it, get it up.
Okay, I think you're familiar with that image, aren't you? Okay.
It's up, Mr. Clem.
And I think you previously confirmed you're at the top of the table there.
Yes, sir.
You know the table.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Sophie Falver across the table from you.
Yes, sir.
AJ Bethurum.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Emma Yoder off your right shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And this gentleman here is Wilson Mccullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put a WM to mark him.
Okay.
Did I get that more or less on Mr. McCullough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to Mr. McCullough's 145 degrees to the right, you see Mr. Moseley there?
Yes, sir.
You can't tell that's up there.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put an MM next to him. Okay. And move forward. (2:46:00 a.m.) And you see you're still more or less in the same place.
Yes, sir.
And Emma Yoder has moved down the table, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put an EY for her. And you see Mr. McCullough there.
Yes, sir.
And you see Mr. Moseley here.
Yes, sir.
put an MM for Mr. Moseley. And they are looking towards Ms. Emma Yoder, correct?
Apparently, yes, sir. I believe so.
All right. Moving on. 2:46:28 a.m. Second floor stair top camera. Ms. Yoder is still more or less in the same place.
Yes, sir.
Wilson McCullough is motioning. See Wilson McCullough there?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Moseley appears to be facing Mr. McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Let's put it in there for there. Two 2:46:44 a.m. Second floor stair top camera. You see Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
and he's leaning in towards Mr. Moseley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's Ms. Yoder. You see Ms. Yoder there?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put an EY right behind her head. Next photo, 2:46:51 a.m. Same camera. You're drinking a beer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman who handed you that beer is that Campbell Parker there?
I can't really tell, sir. There's a glare on it.
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
Mr. You slow it down a little bit, that, like that, that's a little better.
Perfect.
Okay, now can you tell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is Campbell Parker.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a CP by him. And Wilson McCullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And over here, you see Mr. Moseley,
I believe so.
and he's got his arm around Ms. Yoder's shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And I think we established this was you drinking the long neck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next picture will be from 2:46:54. And you're handing that long neck back to Campbell Parker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Wilson McCullough again.
Yes, sir.
You tell me if I label something wrong. Next picture from 2:46:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And you see Mr. McCullough here,
Yes, sir.
and there you are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see Emma over here looking back towards you, maybe.
Yes, sir.
EY for Emma Yoder and Michael Moseley. Next picture, 2:47:01 a.m. You see Wilson McCullough
Yes, sir.
and Campbell Parker,
Yes, sir.
and you're sort of in between them,
Yes, sir.
and you're about to notice Emma Yoder there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next picture, 2:47:03 a.m. I see you appear to be in motion in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Striding in. Your left leg sort of blurry. And in between you and Emma Yoder is Wilson Mccullough.
Yes, sir.
And Wilson Mccullough is sort of right next to Michael Moseley and Emma Yoder, correct?
Yes, sir.
$2:47:22 a.m. Okay. And that's you on the steps looking, let's see, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looking back towards Mr. Moseley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, is that Emma in front of you?
I can't really. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Mr. Moseley's back here.
Yes, sir.
He's backed off.
Yes, sir.
And the big tall guy in the back, that's David Bates, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was wearing a blue Tulane
Hoodie. Yes, sir.
And he was a picture at Tulane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll roll off of these as our next exhibit.
No, no, that would be, is it not 34? I have 33 as BFTIB 21.
Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It'll be exhibit number 34, Mr. Gordon.
This was 27 months ago, correct?
I believe so.
And you're a young guy. And not unusual for young guys to drink a lot of beer.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say you were very intoxicated?
No, sir.
Let me show you a few still photos from the Bar 2 side camera. I'll tell you what, I might have to show you on video. From 2:17 a.m. I apologize, Your Honor.
Do you want us to pull up the video? Are you gonna put a video?
I think that might have to.
Okay.
We could use the video for this. From 2:17:49. Yes. And well, no way here. Okay, you see yourself in that photo?
Yes, sir.
Lower left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were in close proximity to another man?
Yes, sir.
2:17:49 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me go forward to I think a wider shot of that, whatever the next one is, Jim. Or let's see, maybe a closer shot, 217.49 closer. Go back to. All right, well, that's good. So about this time, you got into a little shoving match with that man. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And he grabbed your hat and threw it. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
We're going to play a video which we have marked as DFT ID 5. Begins at 2:17:15 a.m. And watch for yourself. You see, you push that man. Okay, he grabs your hat and throws it. Do you remember that now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You normally wouldn't do that if you hadn't had alcohol in you.
That's one of my good friends, Dallas Briggs. So we do that kind of stuff all the time.
So you were pushing
Yeah, we just mess
and
around.
shove a lot.
Yeah, we push around for a little bit, and then kind of towards the end, you see us hug like usual.
And I think we offered that as our next exhibit, didn't we, or didn't we? Yeah, we got these files.
That'll be number 35.
I think I asked you about the interview on the 29th of December.
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay, all right. And did you remember whether or not you said anything about seeing anyone approach Emma Yoder on the dance floor?
During the interview?
Correct.
I do not recall.
And that interview said you didn't really remember much at all. Is that correct?
From the interview? No, sir.
One moment, please. Thank you, Mr. Folks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything in redirect?
No, you're
All right, thank you, Mr. Folks. Watch your step as you're stepping down.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is Ari Bechter.
All right, Beth, y'all.
swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Ari Soran Bechter.
And could you spell your first, middle, and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, ARIESORAN BEKHTYAR.
And Mr. Bechter, are you from the Nashville area?
Yes, Franklin.
How long, did you grow up here?
Yes, ma'am. Born and raised.
And where did you attend school?
Grassland Middle School and then Franklin High School.
And in 2019, what were you doing then?
I just graduated college and I was living in East Nashville, working at Cat Financial at the time.
And how old are you today?
I'm 25.
Do you remember specifically that night of December 20th into the early morning of December 21st of 2019?
Yes.
And where were you at that night?
So I went out with some friends. We ended up at Dogwood, and I was leaving. And when I was waiting on my Uber, that's when everything happened.
And did you know anyone that was outside of Dogwood that night?
Yes, as I was leaving, I believe I saw Sam and Clay at the time, and then the whole fight and everything broke out. I didn't really know who the fight was between, and then I saw Clay kind of leaving the crowd to the left, and then that's when I went over to him.
And you said that you knew Sam. Is that Sam Folks?
Yes.
And how well did you know him?
His older brother's friends with my older brothers, so we were acquaintances, but not best friends.
And what about you reference Clay? Is that Clay Beathard?
Yes, same with him. I'm friends with his older brother, and then we have mutual friends as well.
And did you know Paul Trepini?
I did not.
Which I'm going to ask to play you what is previously introduced Exhibit 11, file number 7.
Jenna, will you pause it and then rewind it because the video and
The beginning of it is
Okay.
not relevant.
all right.
Mr. Bechter, are you able to see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And if you can touch the screen and just point to where you are.
I'm leaned up against the railing right there.
And was that Mr. Beathard that just walked past you? Would you like for me to rewind it?
Yeah, if you could rewind it. Yeah, it's him.
And what are you doing at this moment?
I had just called an Uber. The friends I was with, they live in South Nashville. I live in East Nashville, so they all went home. And so I was just waiting on my Uber at that time.
And the kind of commotion that's going on in front of you, were you able to see exactly what was happening?
I just saw, as you can see, just a bunch of pushing, shoving, and then obviously some punches thrown, but I didn't really know that Clay and Sam were involved until I look out and kind of see Clay towards the left. But I thought they were just pushing each other and fighting. I didn't really know exactly what was about to happen.
And do you remember what's happening right now?
Yeah, as you could see, he was holding his left side, and that's when I went over to him. could see that he had been stabbed.
Was he able to talk?
Yeah, he was talking. He was confused. He was like, "What the heck?" Like, I got stabbed. He was just more confused than anything. So we were trying to. It was me. I don't really know who else was with me. I don't even think I talked to him after, but we were just trying to calm him down. And at that point, we were calling 911. But yeah, he was talking, but more than anything, he was just confused.
Did you have any idea that there were weapons involved in anything that you saw?
No, not from the pushing that I saw.
And how well did you know Clay Beathard?
I know his older brother, and I've known him since probably sophomore year of high school through mutual friends. And so whenever I would go over there, I would see Clay. I didn't know him super well, like we weren't best friends, but I mean, every time I saw him, he would ask me how I was doing, ask me about my brothers. And so, I mean, I knew him decently well.
What type of person was he?
He was super kind. That night when I saw him at Dogwood, like inside the bar, he just asking about my brothers, asking how everything was going. So, I mean, he was just a super genuine guy, very respectful. But yeah.
If I can have just one moment. Mr. Bechter, at the beginning of the video, Sam Folks is near you. Would it help if I pulled it up?
Yeah, if you pull it up again. Yeah, I think he was right next to me as I.
Which there's a circle that's on Clay Beathard.
Yeah, Sam's in the hat.
Do you recognize him?
Yes.
Do you remember anything being said in this moment? Were you concerned for Sam at all?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody say anything threatening or concerning to you?
Not that I recall, no.
So did you have any expectation about this punching, shoving that happens in front of you?
No, ma'am. I really didn't even know it was between Sam and Clay and whoever else.
And had you known that there was something that involved Sam or Clay, would you have acted differently?
Depends on the context. I mean, definitely knowing what I know now, obviously I wish I would have done something else, but I just don't know.
But if you thought that one of their lives was in danger, would that have?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
kind of
Definitely.
startled you?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing happened that made you concerned or feel like you needed to get involved in any way?
No, ma'am. Not until I saw Clay leaving the crowd to the left, and that's when I went over to him.
And that was after Mr. Beathard had been stabbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Porter?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you step as you're stepping down, please? Thank you, sir. Take your time. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls J.C. Harper.
J.C. Harper.
would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Ms. Harper.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is JC Harper, spelled JayCieharper.
And Ms. Harper, are you here today because you were subpoenaed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to be here today?
No, ma'am.
Are you only here because you're responding to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Harper, and you speak a little bit softly, so if you could either speak up or move closer to the mic, okay?
That's good. Just right there. Thank you.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you tell the jury how you know Mr. Moseley?
I know him through his big brother, Greg Sanders.
How long have you known Michael Moseley?
Now probably approximately about 6 years.
So if it weren't for your friendship with his brother, would you have even known Michael Moseley?
No, ma'am.
How close were you with Mr. Moseley's big brother?
Very close.
Did Mr. Moseley's brother pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
And after he passed away, did you continue your friendship with his younger brother, this defendant, Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you know you are here today to testify about what happened on December 21st, 2019. Is that right?
I do.
On that night, did you go out with some friends to a restaurant and a bar?
I did.
Can you tell the jury where that was?
Originally,
Yes.
Copacabana.
And is that a place where you had gone to on occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went to Copacabana that night, is that the one that's located in West Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went there that night, originally, who did you go there with?
Some coworkers.
And at that time, were you working at a restaurant with some people, a different restaurant than Copacabana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how long were you at Copacabana that night?
For about 4 hours around about.
Okay. So at some point, did you meet up with the defendant, Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other people in that group?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury about the other people in that group?
One of them was Daniel, and the other one I'm still unaware of who he was.
Okay. So there, and when you say Daniel, are you talking about Daniel Sevilla?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that there was another one. Can you describe the other person besides yourself, Mr. Moseley, and Mr. Sevilla?
He's just a Hispanic male.
Okay. Did he have any type of thing that made him look unique, which would make you be able to recognize him?
He just had glasses and a tattoo on his face.
Okay. And where was the tattoo on his face?
Not exactly sure on which side, but it was above his eyebrow.
Okay. And do you know what the tattoo was of?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if it was an image or if it was words?
I never got that close.
Okay. So at what point was it that Mr. Moseley, Mr. Sevilla, and this other person with the face tattoo showed up?
I remember ragging on Michael for being a little late, so it was probably around 10:30, 11, or I'm not sure. It was later than what I had expected him to be there.
And did the man with the face tattoo introduce himself to you?
He did.
And how did he introduce himself to you?
He said his name was Poppy.
Okay. Do you think his name was really Poppy?
I don't.
Did he introduce himself to you in that way, in kind of a flirtatious way?
I'm assuming.
Is that how you took that?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Were you interested in him?
No.
Had you had anything to drink while you were at Copacabana?
Yes, I did.
And how much did you have to drink and what were you drinking?
I think I had around 4 or 5 rum buckets and about 3 or 4 pineapple upside down shots.
Okay. And what is a rum bucket?
I do not know what they contain, but it's probably about, you know, that big and about that wide.
Okay. And so it has rum in it and something else.
And yeah, a mixture of things. Yeah.
Did you see whether or not Michael Moseley had anything to drink while you were at Copacabana?
I seen him with the Corona.
But were you counting his drinks or anything like that?
I was not.
Do you know how Michael Moseley and Daniel Sevilla knew this person who introduced himself as Poppy?
I don't.
Did you make an assumption of how they knew each other?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that sort of speculation.
Okay, you have a response?
Yes, Your Honor, this goes directly to something that a statement that she made when she was interviewed by a detective.
Okay, I'll allow
Do you remember giving a statement to Detective Beavis in this case?
I do.
Do you remember from your statement how you believed that Mr. Moseley and Daniel Sevilla knew Poppy?
I didn't know that that was the direct connection in which and how they knew each other. I just knew that that was a topic at hand that night.
That what was a topic at hand?
That
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ms. Harper, I'm going to ask you that question again. Do you know how Michael Moseley and Daniel Sevilla knew the person who introduced himself to you as Poppy?
I don't know how they know him originally.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to Detective Beavis?
I do.
And what did you tell Detective Beavis?
I had some knowledge of the guy had a substance, I don't know what it was, that he was trying to disperse.
Okay. And did you say that he was trying to disperse them, or was he trying to sell them?
Sell, I guess.
Okay, so you know that he was trying to sell drugs that night. Is that right?
Yes.
By the end of the time that you were at Copacabana, was it just you, Daniel, Poppy, and Michael Moseley in your group?
Before we left,
Yeah, right as you were leaving.
yes.
Did the four of you leave together, in other words?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
And did y'all all travel somewhere?
Yes, we did.
Where did you travel to?
Midtown, but to Dogwood.
Okay, Midtown, Hills area, Nashville.
The goal was downtown.
Okay. And you ended up at the Dogwood Bar.
Yes, ma'am.
When you left Copacabana, who all was in the vehicle that you were in?
To my recollection, it was me, Michael Moseley, and Daniel.
Okay. And the other person named Poppy, did he go in a separate vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all meet up together once you got to Dogwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you all went into Dogwood together?
We did.
Had you ever been to that bar before?
I had not.
And is that bar here in Nashville, Davidson County?
It is.
Why did y'all decide to go to that bar?
I'm assuming because none of us had ever been there before, just a change of environment,
Okay.
something different.
And do you remember testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case?
I do.
And do you remember me asking you that same question on that day?
I don't, honestly.
Do you remember giving another answer under oath on another occasion about why you went to Dogwood Bar?
I remember what you're referring to, but I don't think that was why we went there. Like, I don't think that was the whole reason we went. We just wanted to go somewhere different. I mean, that was a factor.
Do you remember making a statement about Poppy and the reason why you went to Dogwood Bar?
Yeah, I mean,
What did you say?
said that there would be potential buyers. If that's what you're referring to, yes, I said that.
Okay, potential buyers for the drugs he was trying to sell.
Yes.
When you got to Dogwood Bar, did you, Michael Moseley, Daniel, and Poppy go into the bar?
Yes.
What did you do when you got into the bar?
We went and ordered a drink.
Okay. And did y'all mingle around and talk to people who were there?
Yes.
Did you see anybody who was in your group participate in trying to sell drugs?
I seen them with an individual. I'm assuming that may have had something to do with it, but I don't know exactly.
You have a response?
Your Honor, I can direct Ms. Harper to answer with what she saw.
Okay, okay.
Can you tell the jury what you saw that would be that would be consistent with somebody who was selling drugs?
No foundation that she understands the basics of selling drugs.
Yeah, you may want to, I'll sustain the objection, refer to the question.
Well, can you just tell the jury what you saw?
I just saw them mingling with people. They had their phone out.
Okay. And when you say them, who do you mean?
The guy I referred to as Poppy and Michael.
Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am.
We're talking to somebody who y'all met at the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see whether or not they exchanged phone numbers?
They had their phone out. I wasn't a part of the conversation, so I can't testify to something that I'm not aware of.
Okay. And then shortly after that, did you see them leave the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see leave the bar?
Poppy, Michael Moseley, and the other guy that they were talking to in the bar.
Okay, and where did they go?
Out the front door of Dogwood and to the left, I believe, down the street.
And why did they leave the bar?
I assumed that they were going to an ATM.
Objection. Move to strike the assumption.
Your Honor, she was a witness who was there. She's testifying from her perception of that night. She can be cross-examined on that, but she has every right to say what her assumption was based on being in the moment at the time in that situation with those people and based on conversations that she had with them.
Right, but I don't think the rules of evidence allow for, I guess, absent what expert witnesses testified based upon their investigation of an issue, I don't think that a lay witness that just can testify as to an assumption absent substantial proof to support it. So I'll sustain the objection and strike the comment.
Did anybody tell you why they were leaving the bar?
No,
Did you see where they went?
I seen them walk down the street. After they were out of my sight, I didn't see where their destination was. No,
When they did that, where were you?
at the top of the balcony at Dogwood Bar.
And who were you with on top of the balcony?
Daniel,
Why were y'all on top of the balcony?
just to watch,
To watch what?
to see what they were doing.
Okay, and what did you see?
I seen them walk down the street until I couldn't see them any longer.
The direction that they were walking to, was it towards an ATM?
I don't know that there's an ATM there.
Objection. We don't know that she knows where all the local ATMs
That's
are.
what she just testified to. She just said she didn't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you remember giving a different answer when Detective Beavis asked you the same question when you gave a statement to Detective Beavis?
I believe I just said that I'm assuming that there was an ATM there, but I don't know.
Objection again to the assumptions and the speculations about what.
I think her comment was in response to what her statement to Detective Beavis was, not what her statement right now. The question was, did she tell Detective Beavis? Her response was she believed she told Detective Beavis that she assumed.
Well, it's still a rehabilitating statement.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm handing you up a transcript of the statement that you gave to Detective Beavis.
Okay.
And I would ask you to turn to page,
Now may we approach?
Ms. Harper, I'll ask you to turn to page 22 of your statement. And if you could read line 16.
Okay, it says,
Now I will ask you the question again. Where were they going? Where were the defendant, Poppy, and this person that you met at the bar going when they left the bar?
my statement says they tried to go to an ATM.
Okay, how did you know they tried to go to an ATM?
I don't recall exactly why I felt that way. I'm unaware of whether they told me that that's what they were doing or not.
Okay, but that's what you knew from being there on that day, because when you were asked about it, that's the answer you gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll ask the question again. Why were you and Daniel Sevilla standing on the balcony?
To make sure that they were okay.
So you knew what they were doing.
I had an assumption.
Object, move to strike again, it's suspected.
I think she didn't say what her assumption was. She testified that her impression, she had an assumption. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
And what was your assumption?
As to,
What was your assumption? You just said, I had an assumption. I said they were there, they were going to do a drug deal, and you said I had an assumption. What did you base your assumption on?
that they were trying to go get money out of the ATM
To do what?
to purchase drugs.
Okay. Did you see them come back to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes.
Did they get held up in coming back into the bar?
Yes,
But were they eventually able to get back in there?
they were.
And what happened after they rejoined you at the Dogwood Bar?
I believe we just hung around for a little bit longer until they started moving people out.
Okay. Did there come a time at the end of the night where you all were going to leave?
Yes.
And just before you were going to leave, did something catch your attention?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
I heard some commotion at the top of the stairs about Michael's trying to make a conversation with a girl that may or may not have had a boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And so what did you do when you heard that conversation at the top of the stairs?
I ran back up the stairs and I just grabbed Moseley and was like, hey, you didn't come here to do this.
Who did you grab by the hands?
Michael,
Okay. And where was he when you grabbed him by the hands?
at the top of the stairs.
What did you do after you grabbed him by the hands?
I just motioned for the rest of the other party to go down the stairs so it could create a space in between them so the tension would subside.
And you said we're not here to do all that?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything specifically about what was said to Mr. Moseley?
Just that the girl had a boyfriend and that he was upset that Michael had tried to make advances towards her. He was being disrespectful.
So the man was saying that Mr. Moseley was being disrespectful to this young lady.
No, towards him because apparently it was his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you describe what that person was wearing?
To my recollection, he had a fitted ball cap on that was backwards, and he had some type of plaid long sleeve shirt on.
Did you feel like something could have escalated if you didn't intervene?
Naturally,
And is that why you intervened?
yes.
While you were holding on to Michael Moseley, did you say anything to the group that the man in the plaid shirt was in?
I just told him to, if they could, just go on down the steps to diffuse the situation.
Okay. And did they do that?
Yeah.
Were you ever concerned for your safety?
At that time,
How tall are you?
about 5'6",
And can you describe your build for the record?
petite.
Petite. If you were going to go buy an outfit, would you buy a size small?
Yes, ma'am.
And even as small as you are, you weren't threatened by that situation at the top of the stairs?
It had nothing to do with me, so why would I?
Hold on, just for the record, the objection is as to leaving. I'll overrule the objection, and I don't. We're kind of talking over each other, so I don't need to re-ask the question. General.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did the man in the plaid shirt have a friend group with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And y'all went down the steps at the same time?
Did they all go down the steps at the same time?
Did y'all basically travel down the steps at the same time as that other friend group went down the steps?
Within brief seconds of one another, yes.
Where were Daniel Sevilla and the man that you call Poppy as you were going down the steps?
I believe Daniel had already made it all the way down to the bottom of the second staircase, and Poppy was in the middle of the two staircases.
Okay. Did you hear anything being said at that point?
I did.
What did you hear?
I heard people from the BGA group, if you will, just continuing to talk about the situation and motion towards Mr. Moseley, talking about how that he was being disrespectful and repeating the same thing over and over about what had happened about at the top of the steps.
Were you able to get down the steps and to the door that goes out of the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you hear anyone in your group say something at that point?
I believe in my statement, I said that it could have been Daniel or Poppy, but I was unaware for sure because I believe that the statement came from behind my back and I did not see whose mouth it came out of, so I can't testify to something I'm unaware of, but I know for a fact it didn't come out of Michael's mouth.
Okay, and what did you hear?
That there was going to be a fight, we're going to fight them, something along those lines.
And you heard that before you went outside,
I'm not exactly sure.
like right at the door.
Yeah, it was right at the door.
Okay. And you've testified previously that you knew that it wasn't Michael Moseley, but it was either Mr. Sevilla or Poppy.
Well, if you want to look at the statement, I told them that I wasn't exactly sure. But
Do you still have your statement up there?
yeah,
I'll ask you to look at page 45. If you could read lines 1 through 6 to yourself and refresh your memory as to what you told Detective Beavis.
okay, yeah, this statement, I believe I watched the audio yesterday morning and I said in the audio that I wasn't exactly sure, but that isn't included in the statement.
Okay. After refreshing your memory and reading what was transcribed about your statement, what did you say?
24.
Okay.
Okay, and if you can read the first paragraph there.
The first paragraph.
The first paragraph on page 24. And I'm sorry, if you could go down to line 21, start at line 21.
I said, I'm assuming his group of friends, he wasn't, and then
Okay,
I got cut off.
so when you were asked, when he was saying that stuff, who was he saying that to? And in the context of this, it was when Sam Foltz was making statements, who was he saying it to?
Yes.
And your answer was,
I'm assuming his group of friends.
okay, and if you can go on to page 25. You were asked, so he wasn't turning around and directing those comments towards Mr. Moseley. And if you could refresh your memory as to what your answer was there and then answer that question for the jury.
Okay. Yeah, I said, I'm not sure if he turned around or not. He was saying it loud enough to where Mr. Moseley could hear him.
Okay, so Sam Foltz was talking to people in his own group, but loud enough where Mr. Moseley could hear him.
That was my assumption, according to page 24.
And that's according to something that you swore to tell the truth and testified at a previous hearing, correct?
Yes.
What happened after you heard those comments?
The fight broke out.
Who was the first person who hit somebody?
Michael.
How long after you were outside did Michael Moseley hit somebody first?
Do you want me to give you a time frame? I was under the assumption that the whole thing lasted a couple minutes, and it wasn't very long at all.
Okay. So after you saw Michael Moseley throw the first punch, would you say that everything escalated from there?
For sure, yeah.
For sure. Everything escalated from after what Michael Moseley did?
Yeah.
What happened to you just after Michael Moseley hit the man in the plaid shirt?
I don't know if I was pushed or what happened, but my wallet fell on the ground and I leaned down to pick it up.
Okay. At any time when this was going on, did you see a weapon on the man in the plaid shirt?
I did not.
Did you see any person in the friend group who was with the man in the plaid shirt have a weapon?
I did not.
How many times did you see Michael Moseley hit the man with the plaid shirt?
I only seen the initial punch.
After you dropped some of your personal items, did you pick them up?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you picked them up, what did you do?
I heard Michael. I heard his voice, and I started traveling towards the direction that I thought I had heard it coming from.
Did you get over to where Michael Moseley was?
I did.
And what did you do when you got over there?
I tried to defuse the situation.
Okay. Did you actually get in between Michael Moseley and other people?
I did.
Who made that decision for you to get in between them?
I did.
And when you were in the middle of everything, you were actually facing the people that Michael Moseley was fighting. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you see anybody with a weapon then?
No, I did not.
What did you see Michael Moseley do after you put yourself in that situation?
I mean, nothing.
Okay.
He was behind me.
At some point, did Michael Moseley leave?
He did.
Okay. Was it shortly after you had put yourself into the middle of the situation and tried to diffuse the situation?
Yes, ma'am. We all left.
And as y'all were leaving, did you see anybody with a weapon then?
I did not.
When you were across the street in the middle of the situation, did you see anybody in that friend group with a weapon?
I did not.
Did you know the extent of anybody's injuries at that point?
Absolutely not.
When you walked away, who was walking away with you?
The people that I arrived there with, myself, Daniel, Michael, and Poppy.
Did y'all all get into the same car?
We did not.
Whose car did you get into?
I got into Daniel's car.
And who else got into Daniel's car?
Michael.
And obviously Daniel too?
Oh, yeah, Daniel. Yeah.
Okay. And what about Poppy? Where did he go?
He got in the other car.
And at some point, did somebody get out of your car?
Yes,
Who did?
Michael.
And what did he do after he got out of the car you were in?
He got into the car behind us.
And who was in the car behind y'all?
Poppy,
So he left with Poppy.
I'm assuming.
Okay. And what kind of car was it that Daniel was driving that night?
It was a Nissan Altima.
And what kind of car was Poppy driving that night?
I don't know cars, but it looked similar to the one I was in, but
Okay.
different color.
And what color was that?
It was a darkish color. I never seen it in the daylight, so I don't
Okay.
know what color exactly it is, but it was a dark color car.
Okay. Do you remember saying it was a black car at the preliminary hearing?
I mean, it looked pretty black. Yeah, I guess you
Okay.
could say that.
Okay. And the kind of car that you were in was what color?
Red, maroon, something like that.
Do you know where Michael Moseley and Poppy went after that?
I do not.
How close were you to Mr. Moseley when he first hit the man in the plaid shirt?
I was directly behind him, I believe.
And how close to Mr. Moseley were you when you were across the street after you picked up your wallet and you were trying to defuse the situation?
I can't say exactly because he was behind me. I don't know how close he was to me.
And at any point during any of these interactions, did you feel like you needed a knife to protect yourself throughout that whole situation?
I did multiple people.
You in the same vicinity,
They assaulted.
and you did not feel like you needed a knife?
No.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Hi, Ms. Harper. My name's Ken Quillen.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Mr. Moseley did not have his own car at the Dogwood, is that correct?
He did not.
So he was dependent on driving with either Daniel Sevilla or the man you refer to as Poppy.
Yes, sir.
And before Mr. Moseley throws that punch, you were not in a position to see whether Mr. Folks shoved Mr. Moseley, were you?
Not that I recall.
Now, you said Mr. the fellow in the plaid shirt, let's call him Mr. Folks with the baseball cap on the back. Would you say he carried on loud enough for everybody to hear,
Yes, sir.
and certainly loud enough for Mr. Moseley to hear?
Yes, sir.
And that was the point of it, wasn't it?
I'm assuming.
You said 5'6", is that right?
Around about. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you're a little taller than Daniel Sevilla, correct?
I am.
And would Mr. Moseley maybe be an inch taller, you know, or is he the same height as you?
Michael?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
He's shorter than me.
Okay. And the fella you referred to as Poppy, he may be 2 inches taller than you, do you think? Or is he slightly taller?
Whenever I was even close enough to compare height, we were pretty much eye level.
I wanted to show you a few pictures on the overhead.
Yes, sir.
This is the second floor R/R.
Give it a second, because it'll probably go out and then come back up. Okay, Mr. Corbin.
You see Daniel Sevilla here,
I do.
and to his right is the fellow you call Poppy,
Yes, sir.
and to the far left there is Michael Moseley.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to put an MM above Mr. Moseley. And for the fellow you call Poppy, I'm going to go ahead and put a Sergio. Is that okay? I'm going to call him Sergio for the purposes of this.
That's what you choose to do.
Poppy is Sergio in this picture.
Okay.
And Daniel Sevilla, right?
Yes, sir.
D is for Daniel. And the young woman sitting in the booth there, that's your back, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put a JH to the right of your head. Now, I'm interested in this gentleman right here. You remember him?
I don't recall anyone's faces from the other group that night.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. Michael bought you, let me back to that again. Right at 2:04, Michael buys you the first drink there, is that correct?
I think a gentleman had offered to buy me a drink. I know we were at the bar at one point in time ordering a drink.
Well, let's see. Let me give you one from 2:03:09.
Yeah, that's when we ordered.
Okay, and Michael hands you that first drink.
He does.
So, and you had 7 or 8 at the Copacabana, and you had your first drink at this place at 2:03:09. So that was the 8th or 9th drink. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you went to the Copacabana after work? Is
Yes,
that
I did.
right? So what time did you get to the Copacabana?
Roughly around like 9, between 9 and
9
10. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put an MM on Michael's back, Michael Moseley, okay?
Okay.
And a JH to your right. And we have Daniel Sevilla here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put a DS above him. And I'm gonna write Sergio to this fellow. Otherwise known as Poppy. Does that sound right? You hit 38. You start to buy yourself, okay, and this is, this is you right here. Now we'll offer this is next exhibit.
Clarify the exhibit number. Was 36 the video of Sam Foltz?
I have that 35.
Thank you.
All right. This is from the first floor entry camera, 2:47:51 a.m. And you recognize yourself in that photo?
I do.
And this is you right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to draw an arrow and put JH out here.
Okay.
Are you correctly identified?
Yes, sir.
And at the bottom of the stairs, that's Daniel,
Yes, sir.
Daniel Sevilla. I'm going to put a DS for Daniel and a JH for you. And ahead of you is Michael Moseley
Yes.
and an MM for him. Now, if door, is that correct? Or do you remember?
No, I know he was in front of me because I tried to keep my eye on him.
Okay. You remember that he was going in front of you. Daniel Sevilla.
Oh, Daniel?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought you said Michael.
Oh, yeah.
My mistake. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where the rest of our group was. My eyes were fixed on Michael.
I mean, Daniel's waiting at the bottom of the stairs for you, if I remember correctly. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll offer this as our next exhibit.
Number 37.
Michael Moseley? Now I'm going to show you a picture from the second floor west patio camera, 48:43 a.m. You remember that?
I do.
And is that you right there?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put the JH. Well, I'm going to draw a whole line out to the corner. And you know the name of the man in the white hoodie?
I don't.
And is he pointing at you or is he pointing at somebody else in that picture?
I think he's pointing at, 'cause during what I remember of that conversation at that point, I was asking him if we could just go our separate ways, and he was pointing at Mr. Moseley, and he kept talking about, he was there. I mean, there was a fight. I don't know exactly what he was saying because it was very brief, but he was pointing at Michael. Yes.
Was he shaking his finger? Do you remember that?
I can't say that because I don't. I mean, like I said, it all happened really fast. So, I mean, I do know that he was in reference to Moseley at that time.
Okay. Now, that's Mr. Moseley right there in the lighter color. Two people standing almost shoulder to shoulder, or one behind the other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in him. It's difficult to see, and he's he's almost standing behind the other fellow, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to
But
shoulder.
at an angle, yes.
And this man here is the one you refer to as Poppy, or maybe you can't tell.
I can't tell in that picture. I'm sorry.
All right. Do you remember this man over to the right here? You can barely see his finger pointing out there, hand. You remember him?
No, like I had stated before, I don't know who those people are, and to be honest, they all kind of looked the same to me, so it'd be hard to tell them apart.
Okay. Go off of that as the next exhibit. Ms. Harper, this is from a camera down the street. Take a second to look at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking left, right, and to the right of Poppy or Sergio is you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to write Harper for you. And this is left to right. And the tall man, you recognize him?
I do not.
Okay. And he is a good bit taller than you or Mr. Moseley or?
Oh, yeah, they all were.
Yeah. All righty. Next photo from this group. And I recognize this is 27 months ago and everybody's drinking and
Yeah.
such. Now, this picture, can you identify yourself here?
Yeah. I mean,
JH for you. And do you remember anybody pushing you? Shoving you?
I can't say exactly who did it, but I remember being really sore the next day.
Okay. Now this photo, you see yourself in this photo?
I do.
And over to the left, that's Michael Moseley, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're doing MM for Mr. Moseley. And the fellow in the white, do you remember what he was doing at that time?
My back was turned to him.
In that picture, does Mr. Moseley appear to be facing you?
Towards me, yes.
Yes. All right. Now this, apparently you're in motion in this photo, correct? You're moving to your right,
Yes.
and this is you, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna mark a JH for you. And at this point, blurry, but that's Michael Moseley going to the ground, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna put an MM and an arrow towards Mr. Moseley. And at this point, do you remember, have you seen this man hit Mr. Moseley?
I did.
And when he hit Mr. Moseley, when this gentleman hit Mr. Moseley was looking at you, correct?
From the previous picture, that's what I would assume.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
This is the final picture in this sequence. And Mr. Moseley's on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And that's you right there.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a JH for you. And there's a gentleman standing over Mr. Moseley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know his name, do you?
I don't.
And you tried to push him off of Mr. Moseley, didn't you? Keep him from hitting him again?
I did.
You're on roll for this is the next. One moment, Your Honor, please. Ms. Harper, when you and Mr. Moseley and Poppy or Sergio were backing up towards the far side of Division Street to the sidewalk, how many people were facing you?
Excuse me, can you repeat that question?
Well, was it 4 or 5 against 2 men, or what? How many men were attacking Mr. Moseley?
It was a number of them. I don't remember exactly the number. I just remember seeing him be attacked with more than one person on him at a time. And then it seemed to me every time I separated a situation, another escalated.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything redirect?
Yes.
Used about people attacking Mr. Moseley,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
defendant. Did you see him attacking other people?
I seen when he hit the first guy.
Okay, you saw him attack Sam Folks when Sam Foltz didn't hit him or attack him or do anything at that moment, right?
No.
Okay. And you know that Michael Moseley is the person that stabbed Clay Beathard, don't you?
I don't know that. I didn't see that.
Okay, so you didn't see every single thing that happened.
I didn't.
But you did see Michael Moseley hit other people in that group besides Sam Foltz, correct?
When
Hold on one second. You have a response?
Permission to treat as an adverse witness.
I'll allow. Go ahead.
when I seen Michael, he was covered by other people. So there's, I mean, I can't. The only time I physically with my eyes seen Michael assault anyone that night is when he assaulted the first person.
But you know that after Michael Moseley started this fight with Sam Foltz, that 2 people died and 1 person almost died, right?
I do.
And before any of the attacks that Michael Moseley did, you said you were walking down the staircase before anybody had hit anybody, and you knew that you needed to keep an eye on Michael. Is that right?
Your Honor, may we approach?
So when you were walking down the stairs, your focus was completely on Michael Moseley because you just testified you needed to keep an eye on him. Is that right?
Yeah, that was nothing out of the ordinary.
So you frequently felt like you had to keep an eye on Michael Moseley.
Not in the sense of what you're saying. No, I looked out for him.
Okay. Well, in context of what you're testifying about, when you were up at the top of this, or when you were in the middle of the stairs and you heard Sam Foltz make a statement, just use words, right?
Yes.
You felt it necessary to run up the stairs and take Michael Moseley's hands and say, "We're not here for this." And you encouraged them to continue to go down the stairs, right?
Yeah, that was for the benefit of both parties. That wasn't to say that Michael was being aggressive.
Okay. But you said you needed to keep your eye on Michael Moseley. You didn't say you were keeping your eye
Because
on...
that was my friend.
Okay. But you felt it necessary to go up there and diffuse a situation at the top of the stairs where you asked Michael Moseley to hold back. Is that right?
I mean, he wasn't being aggressive towards anyone at the top of the stairs that I seen. I just heard the situation. I walked up the steps and I separated the two to avoid conflict.
So making sure I understand, you went and diffused a situation between Michael Moseley and somebody else because the other person used words, correct?
Yes.
And then as you were going down the stairs, somebody in your group, not Michael Moseley, but you're not sure who, said, "We're going to fight."
I
Right?
thought we were talking about the top of the stairs.
No, I'm asking a different question now.
Okay.
Then you said that you needed to keep an eye on Michael Moseley when you were going down the stairs, correct?
Yeah.
And then once you reached the door,
I kept my eye on him.
sure,
Naturally.
you said you needed to keep your eye on him, right? And then once you reached the door, you heard somebody in your group, you're not exactly sure who it wasn't Michael Moseley, it could have been somebody else in your group, either Mr. Sevilla or Poppy, say, we're gonna fight, right?
Yep.
And then seconds later, Michael Moseley, who was walking arm in arm with Poppy, ended up punching Sam Folks out of the blue, correct?
I wouldn't say out of the blue, but yeah, he punched him.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please. You can give those transcripts to Ms. Adams. Yes. Okay, we've been going for a little over 2 hours, so it's probably a good time to take a short break, let you all stretch your legs, get you some water or something. Now, y'all know my rule. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, it's about 5 or 10 minutes.
Hello everybody, welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.
I'm horrified. Well, I didn't realize that, and you know what? With mom gone, I'm saying you
So, everybody, good afternoon or good morning at least. Yeah, I thought I'd pop in real quick. So, everybody, good afternoon. Thought I'd pop in for a minute. I'm actually in the office working on a ton of stuff. Yeah, thought I'd throw that intro in there when there's times I'm not allowed to be available, so you guys can see my beautiful face. So, yeah, we learned a lot. We learned that, yeah, apparently Michael and his buddies were possibly dealing drugs. Kind of interesting. It's not the end all be all, but it, once again makes Michael not like a good guy. They talk about Michael running off and leaving. Hey, Ed. Hey guys. If you guys like it, please like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. So, yeah, we learn a lot. The state doesn't hamper on this yet, and I don't know if they will, probably till closing. But yes, Michael hopped in the car and drove off. Just like with most of these self-defense cases, they point out, well, if you were afraid or you thought you were legit, you didn't run to the police department and you didn't stick around for the cops. Michael took off and had to have the SWAT team hunt him down. So that's something that they will definitely have in their favor. Yeah, Shaw, I don't know. I know she's reluctant to be there, but if she's the victim or if she's the witness that was scared to testify, all of a sudden she decided to have her face on camera. That just seems weird, but it could be. Real World, hello. I don't know if I've seen you in here before, but welcome. And welcome to anybody else new. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but I don't like the fact the state is hammering on this idea that nobody had weapons except for Michael Moseley. I know we talked about this before, but remember, if 5 guys are trying to fight you and stomp a hole in your face and kick your ass, it doesn't matter that they don't have weapons. It's 5-on-1. Or in Michael Moseley's case, maybe they could argue initially it was a bunch on one. So, yeah, I think that's a goofy road for the state to go down because I know the defense is going to bring up there were 1 million of them. Other than that, I think so far this morning it's based on that video we saw from the other side of the street. Hey, Shannon, how are you doing? Well, there is Ed, but there's also the idea he started a fight and then started getting his ass kicked, so it's his fault. So what I would mention, though, is when you watch the video from across the street where the fight, there's lulls in the fighting, he gets pushed out, jumps back in the fight, and then I got to try to clip it out where he reaches around the one girl with the knife and just pops the one dude in the chest. It's not self-defense at that point. It's him fighting. And I get it. He probably likes to fight. He don't take no shit from nobody. He handles it like he's out on the street. So, yeah, I am very much leaning against this being a self-defense case at this point. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve on defense, but I don't see it. I've been trying to think about the ways they could do this, but not seeing it at all. So I'm going to get back to work on some things. If I see you guys pop up some questions, whatever, I'll try to answer them. But until then, just be nice to each other and don't burn down the store until I get back. Thanks, Cameron. Shannon, if you like it, yeah, please like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. I'm probably going to throw it up just so you guys can see it. I know we talked about it before on my live stream and other things. Was Redonda Vaught. She's the attorney. She's the nurse out of Tennessee. She got convicted last week. I do think it's interesting. She gave a press conference afterwards. And I think it's a little interesting to see what her thoughts were about the whole thing. Yeah, Shannon, please come on back. Let's see here. Shaw, that would be an argument I would make if I was on the defense. But remember, every punch you throw or every use of force you engage in self-defense. So whether you're shooting a gun, you're using a knife, or you're using your hands, every time you strike out offensively,
What question did you think you heard?
Was there
you
an
have to justify it
altercation
every
that
time,
happened
and you have to meet the
inside?
elements of self-defense every time.
Okay? So, yeah, you may be on the ground and you may need to get up to your feet, but once the fight gets to a lull, you have to re-justify all the elements of self-defense. Are you in reasonable fear of serious bodily harm or imminent death? Does your opponent have the ability and the immediacy to actually come and hurt you? If they don't, then you're in trouble because you haven't met all the elements of self-defense. So you have to be very careful about that. You have to justify. Every use of force has to be justified, and you have to consider each stab a separate use of force. Just like you may be able to shoot a guy 2 or 3 times, but if you shoot him 100 times, you're going to be in trouble. Well, Miss, why didn't they have a self-defense trial before the trial? You mean like a stand your ground type hearing? This probably wasn't even close. If Tennessee allows it like that, where they can do a hearing prior, this definitely. I mean, watch that video. This is clearly not a normal self-defense thing here, where a judge could throw it out. There's a lot of questions about what happened and who started what. So it's actually, I bet his attorneys thought better of it, and I don't blame them based on the evidence we have. So it's a 10-minute break, Sean, not launch. Okay. Yeah, if it's only 10 minutes, then yeah, we won't play that. Oh, we're still in my office here. Oh, we're still talking. Oh, we generally don't try to cut the stream, Shannon. We try to get all the way through. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you, Little Miss. Thank you, Cameron.
straight to Kung Fu Saloon.
Had you ever been there before?
No, that was my first time.
Can you describe Kung Fu Saloon?
It has arcade games going around the side, and it was not very crowded, I don't think, when we were there.
So the bar itself has arcade games inside of it.
Correct.
It's somewhat different than most bars. Is that right?
Yes, it's very different.
How long did y'all stay there?
It's tough to say. I mean, you know, obviously the whole night is kind of a blur for me, but maybe an hour, maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour and a half.
And where did you go after?
I believe we went straight to Dogwood.
And what do you remember about being at Dogwood?
So what I remember from being in Dogwood was that we were, you know, I remember going there and it was kind of like an unplanned reunion almost. You know, there was a lot of people that I hadn't seen in a long time. So my memory was just kind of going around, you know, catching up with different people and having a good time talking about whatever it may be, catching up. And then, do you want me to like keep going?
Well, so you said that it was like kind of like a reunion. Were there a bunch of other people there that had gone to BGA in the past?
Yes, there's people that had gone to BGA in the past.
And so there are people from different grades, not just your grade and your group that you went with.
Correct.
What was the mood of everybody when you were at Dogwood?
Like, I mean, like what you'd expect at a reunion, you know, just like everyone was kind of cheerful, happy, good to see you, what are you up to, you know?
Which obviously something happened that night, but prior to anyone leaving Dogwood, was there anything that stood out to you about that night out of the ordinary?
No.
And can you describe when you left Dogwood? And I want to ask you really specifically about in December 2019. So right after this happened, what did you remember happening when you left Dogwood?
Yeah, so up until, you know, I'd been shown any photos or anything like that, my memory was that I actually thought I walked out after the crowd had left. And I thought I walked out with my friend Campbell and we saw, you know, an altercation. We saw pushing and shoving. So we ran down trying to, you know, help our friends out if they were involved or break it up or do whatever we could. And then I kind of remember like someone getting knocked over maybe, and then like looking around, you know, just making sure everyone's okay, and then kind of running across the street after the you know, attackers. And then I came across the street, or then I walked back to my friends. You know, we didn't realize anything serious had happened. We were just kind of, you know, walking back like, oh, that was pretty crazy. And then we get across the street and, you know, it's very serious all of a sudden.
So did you see anything happen to Paul or Clay?
No.
And in 2019, right after this happened, your memory was that the scuffle was already underway when you came outside.
Correct.
Did you remember that you had been hit during that scuffle?
No.
And you said that you didn't see anything happen with Paul or Clay. What did you see, and how did you find out about what happened to Clay?
Well, I guess you know, obviously there was commotion, and I heard, you know, just people saying, oh, these people have been stabbed, your friends have been stabbed, whatever. But I didn't really see, or kind of, it didn't register, I guess, maybe until I saw one of them on the stretcher. I might have seen Clay on the ground, and I think I saw Paul on the stretcher. And that's when I was like, you know, whoa.
When you first heard somebody say that somebody's been stabbed, what did you think that meant?
I don't know. You know, I don't know. I mean, I didn't really think it was anything serious. Again, you know, it seemed very like, what do you mean someone's stabbed? You know, like, no way, someone's stabbed right now. It was surreal, I guess, is the word I would use to describe it.
When did you find out what actually happened to Clay and Paul?
Oh, You mean that they had passed away or that they had been stabbed?
That they passed away because they had been stabbed.
I was on the phone with Carter Trepini in the hospital, and I think I stepped out of the waiting room and I took the phone call, and that's when I learned that they had passed away.
Do you remember talking to Detective Beavis about a week after this happened?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe, when you talked to Detective Beavis, what had been going on during that time? I mean, kind of what state of mind were you in?
Just again, like you're walking in a dream, you know, like you're all of a sudden, you know, coming home for Christmas break, you're seeing your friends, you're coming to town for the holidays. It's a very cheerful time. And then all of a sudden you're going to funerals, you're hanging out at the hospital, you know, you're crying, you're comforting friend, you know, it was like just unreal. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And then I think those interviews were right after the funerals. So,
And
you know,
when-
it's just like, it's, you know, you're just walking like, pinch me, you know, what's going on.
And when Detective Beavis interviewed you, did he show you any of the video from outside or inside the bar that night?
He showed me photos, yes. And those photos, like, kind of proved my memory. What I thought I knew up until that point was not accurate.
And were those photos, they were still photos, is that right?
Correct.
Was that of everybody kind of standing outside the doorway?
I believe one was from the stair as we're walking down the stairs, and one was from like a street view, yes.
And so after he showed you the photos, I guess, what, if anything, did that kind of do for your memory?
I mean, it just makes you, you know, it makes you question yourself a lot. It makes you, you know, you're like, wait, at these memories that I thought I had, clearly they're wrong, you know, because this is photo evidence that says they're wrong. You know, it's kind of, it's just hard to comprehend, you know?
Did you remember being there when Mr. Folks was hit?
No.
And after you saw that photo, you realized that you were, is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't have any independent memory of that, is that right?
Correct.
And Detective Beavis, he just showed you those still photos, is that correct?
To my memory, yeah.
When was the first time that you saw any video from the incident itself?
November of this past year.
And was that just the video from outside the bar?
Yes.
And was it a fairly short clip that you saw?
Yeah, sure.
When was it that you've ever been able to see video from inside the bar and kind of the complete video of outside the bar?
Not until the last few days.
And after seeing that video, does it make you have a clear memory of everything that happened?
No, I mean, it's by no means clear still. You know, I mean, I guess you start to get almost like flashbacks of stuff that comes back from the night. But even then, you know, all that I've been able to kind of remember is just standing around that long, you know, like chest high table and just like kind of going from friend to friend, just kind of catching up.
Do you want to be able to remember more?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not?
Can you describe that night? Everybody's drinking. How much did you have to drink?
I probably had a significant amount. I mean, I don't think the trauma of the incident was the only thing blurring my memory.
And can you explain what you mean by that?
I was probably significantly intoxicated.
So you think that has something to do with why you don't remember it super clearly?
Yes.
And then you said that was in addition to the trauma. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a traumatic instance, you know. I mean, it's something that has affected me long past just that night, you know. I mean, and just that initial shock of, you know, your friends have died. It's something that it's hard to shake, you know. It's hard to go out in public and feel normal. It's hard to be around people you don't know, around strangers, around, you know, you may have a conversation and you don't know what this person may do next. You know, something like it's a lasting effect.
And has that affected your ability to remember some of the details of that night?
Yeah.
Which you have seen video, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show this witness what has been previously introduced as exhibit number 11 in its file folder. I believe it's 11. Mr. Mccullough, do you see yourself?
Hold on, okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, so.
Mr. Mccullough, do you see yourself in this image?
Yes.
And just for the court record, it is at 02:38 and now 15 seconds. But you can touch your screen and your screen will make a mark. Can you just point out where you are?
The one with the back to the camera.
And who are you talking to?
My friend Campbell Parker.
Now, do you recall anything about your and Campbell's conversation?
No.
Do you see any of your other friends in the image?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's Clay leaning on the edge of the table. I think he's talking to Emma right there. I think that might be AJ right to his right. That might be Sam behind him. I think it's a little difficult to make out.
And have you just walked over on the other side of Emma?
Yes.
Which again, you've described that you remember being with your friends around a long table, talking, catching up. Was there anything else that happened inside that bar that stood out to you that night?
Not that it's significant, no.
And do you know what's kind of going on right now with your friend group? Do you remember?
Not at all, no. I don't remember, but it looks like we're just talking.
Do you have any specific memory of talking to anyone outside of your friend group in the bar that night?
No, I don't.
And can you describe back then, before this happened, your personality? Was it something where you would talk to people that you didn't know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if I was, under the influence of alcohol, I would talk to anyone, I'd try to be friendly, try to just, make friends. I don't know.
So that wouldn't have been unusual for you to talk to someone that you didn't know at all?
Not at all, no. Common, if anything. Maybe I'd do it more often, because I already know all my friends, and so I'd go talk to other people.
Which I am going to fast forward.
So,
Yeah, there you go.
Paula, do you know what's happening at this point at 2:41:35?
No, I mean, it looks like we're just joking around. Paul is entertaining.
But did you remember this happening before you saw this video?
No, I did not.
And I'm going to fast forward a little bit further. Now we're at 2:42 and 30 seconds. Do you remember what you're seeing yourself do in this video? Can you describe what you're doing?
It looks like I'm talking to Mr. Moseley.
Do you remember that at all?
Not at all.
And I have moved up to 2:45 and 43 seconds. Can you describe what you see yourself doing in this video segment?
Well, it looks like I'm talking to Mr. Moseley and one of his friends or associates. I don't know.
Do you remember this conversation at all?
Not at all.
And it appears that at some point, I guess you've kind of motioned over to Emma Yoder, which, just based off of knowing yourself, what, if anything, might you have been talking to Mr. Moseley about?
You know, he could have asked me maybe about her, and I could have just been saying, yeah, she's great, she's cool, you know, whatever.
Would you have directed him to do anything?
I don't think so.
And do you remember this event actually happening?
No.
And kind of anything about this interaction, did that stick out to you at the time at all?
Not at the moment, no.
I am now going to open Exhibit 11, file folder, which is the video of this staircase. Mr. McCullough, do you see yourself in the video from the stairs?
Yes, it looks like I'm right there in the front.
And do you remember anything that's being said by anyone?
No, not at all.
Which, kind of knowing what happened when the detective is asking you about that night, if there was something, I guess, kind of pertinent, would you have told the detective about it?
Yeah, I mean, if I had remembered anything, I would have disclosed it.
Did that seem like a pretty normal event of just leaving the bar to go outside?
Yeah, absolutely.
I am now showing Exhibit 11, Folder 7. Mr. McCullough, do you see yourself in this video image?
Yeah.
And is this part of the still photos that Detective Beavis showed you at some point?
It appears to be the same from the same camera.
And is this what you described of not realizing that the fight had not started before you were already outside before the fight started?
Yes.
And again, you said that you don't have an independent memory of this. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes. Yes. I just got shoved. I just missed. And then I got hit.
That after this happened, you didn't actually remember getting hit. Is that right?
Correct.
Now I want to back up just a little bit. Now, right here at that moment, are you able to see yourself in the video?
Yes. You want me to touch the screen? I think.
And what are you doing right now, Mr. McCullough?
It looks like I'm trying to help my friends out after they were attacked.
And helping them out how?
by defending them.
So are you actually swinging at Mr. Moseley?
It appears so.
And do you remember that happening?
No.
Were you able to see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And what is happening to you in that video?
Well, it appears like I'm, entangled up with Mr. Moseley. I was trying to hit him. It doesn't appear like I maybe did, and then I got pushed out of frame.
And I am showing Exhibit 11, Folder 6. Fast forward to about a minute into the video. Mr. Mccullough, are you able to see yourself there in that video?
Yes.
And can you press the screen and indicate where you are? And do you know who is there with you?
I believe it's David Bates.
And can you press the screen and show where you are now?
Sorry, I kind of was watching a different area. Oh, yeah, right. You want me to, right over here. We're moving away now.
So you're over on that dogwood side
Right, like over here.
of the sidewalk. Are you able to tell who's there with you?
Not exactly, no.
Do you remember seeing Paul and Clay walk across that street?
No, I don't.
And do you see yourself doing anything right now? Would you like me to back up?
Yes, sorry. Oh yeah, so there it appears I'm kind of jogging across the street.
Is that something that you remember doing?
Kind of vaguely, yes.
And where did you go?
I kind of chased, I followed them into the parking lot where they were getting into their vehicle.
Do you remember seeing anybody get into the vehicle?
I remember seeing two people get into the vehicle.
And then eventually, do you come back over to the area of the sidewalk where the dogwood bar is?
Yes, and then I walked across the sidewalk.
When was it that you realized what happened to AJ Bethurum?
Oh, not until, I guess maybe when we got to the hospital. I believe he was in the hospital as well. I don't know. It was a little after the fact. I didn't realize that it happened until later.
So while you're at the actual scene of where everything's happening, you don't even know what's happened at AJ.
Correct.
Which, Mr. McCullough, you identified Mr. Moseley in that video. Did you know him prior
No, I did not.
to this happening?
No.
And again, you said that you don't remember any of those conversations with him.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. I don't have anything else.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Mr. McCullough, if I understand you correctly, your independent memory of the events of that day are just unreliable.
Correct.
Going back to December of 2019, how much did you weigh back then?
If I had to ballpark, maybe 170,
And how tall are you?
about 5'10" or 5'11".
Okay. And David Bates was at your house on the evening of the 20th, correct?
Correct.
And he's a really big guy, correct?
If you would like to describe him that way, yeah. He's
Well,
pretty big.
6'5" tall, isn't he?
Sure.
And he went to Christ Presbyterian as opposed to BGA.
Yes.
Now, your relationship with Emma Yoder, you were dating her as late as August of 2014, correct?
I'm not exactly sure. That was a long time ago.
Well, that would have been right before your junior year or 11th grade year.
Sounds correct.
And did the relationship terminate then or the 11th grade?
I mean,
or
I
12th
guess
grade,
in
or-
a intimate way, but not in a friendship way, not in like a friendly way.
Well, I mean, when did you stop calling her your girlfriend?
I couldn't give you an exact time. I mean, I guess somewhere around that time period.
Okay. And she broke up with you?
I probably.
And so she goes to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and you go to the University of Denver.
Right out of high school, correct?
Okay. And were you hoping to rekindle the romance with Ms. Yoder?
Not particularly. I mean, we were still friends and we had similar interests in the fact that we were both drawn to those schools.
Now, did you play football at Battleground Academy?
I did for 1 year,
1 year. Which year?
my senior year.
Senior year. And what position did you play?
I was like an outside linebacker.
And did you play baseball?
I did.
You were a third baseman?
I was an outfielder.
Outfield. Now, to your get together on the evening of the 20th, do you remember what time your guests arrived?
No.
Still sober at that point?
Yes, I was still sober. Paul was the first of my friends to arrive. It's tough to say exactly a time, but maybe anywhere from 6 to 8 p.m.
So, well, let me ask you about Mr. Bechter. Now, is it fair to say that Mr. Bethard was only lightly intoxicated? Or do you know enough to even make that evaluation?
No, I couldn't say how intoxicated he was.
So, and you don't have any memory of you and Mr. Bethard laughing at Mr. Folks, how intoxicated he was?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you a still from 235-43. 235-43 7/4 stair top camera. And I'll show you a closer one in a second, but that's you, Mr. McCullough, right there.
It appears so.
And to your right, Clayton Beathard.
I actually don't. I can't identify if that's Clay or not.
Okay. And Samuel Folks over here.
That appears to be Sam.
And Mr. Bethurum right here.
That appears to be AJ.
All right, I'm gonna go to a little tighter shot. So you can identify. Okay, I'm gonna put a WN for you right here. Is that?
Sounds good.
All right. And an SF for Sam Folks over here.
Okay.
Does that look accurate to you?
It does.
Okay. All right, we'll offer this as an exhibit. Collective.
All right, you're number 40.
Now I want to show a video starting at 2:35:43 a.m. marked as DFTID 8. Not yet. All right, it appears you're talking to Mr. Beathard, correct? And Sam Folks comes around and gives you a shove.
That does look like Sam.
And then Mr. Folks wandered, well, let me wait a second. Doing a little pushing. Then Mr. Beathard, you and Mr. Beathard laugh at Mr. Folks, how intoxicated he is. Mr. Beathard doubles over laughing. Is that a fair characterization?
Again, I have no idea what was said in that conversation, but it appears to be the person I'm talking to is laughing.
All right. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Number 49.
Moving on to the fight, Mr. McCullough, and you don't have any independent memory, and without pictures, you just can't say what you did or didn't do.
Correct. I don't have any independent memories.
Okay. And you don't remember a man holding Mr. Moseley in a chokehold and you hitting him at that time?
I don't remember that.
All right. Now, towards the latter part of the fight outside, do you remember David Bates grabbing you and holding you off?
No, I don't remember that.
And the Sunday after this incident, 8 days later, Sunday, December the 29th, you remember being out on the BGA campus, correct?
Correct.
And you were sober that day.
Correct.
And Detective Beavis asked you specifically if you observed inside the Dogwood Bar any interactions between Mr. Moseley and your group.
Correct. Yeah.
And you didn't say I was too drunk to remember, did you?
I'd have to listen to the exact audio recording again to tell you what I said again. I mean, it was a very busy time with a lot of trauma, a lot of grieving, a lot of things you don't want to do. And so it's tough to say exactly what I said in a conversation.
Let's play defendant ID, DFT ID 22, audio only.
Interaction between the person that was arrested for this and anyone in your group or anyone in his group.
Yeah, you want me to just tell you what I remember? It's really, from talking to everyone else, I mean, my sleep is the least helpful, but
Well, that's fine. It's,
yeah. So I just remember, all I remember, I didn't see anything happen inside the bar. I didn't see anyone get approached.
interaction between
That's it. We'll offer that as our next exhibit, Your Honor.
42.
Let's see. Is that DFT? What's that? 22. And if I may have a moment. No, that's all we have, but we gather up that, I'm two of them I gotta put it.
Yeah, number 41, I believe, was the video, DFT ID 8, if I'm not mistaken. That should be 41. 42 should be DFT ID 22. That's the audio interview. I have photos 40. Right, photo was 40. Then he had DFT ID 8. That was the video. I thought, was that not a video? Lisa says it was a video, DFT 40, number 41. Yeah. Okay, have you concluded your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
All
McCullough.
right, thank you. Anything to redirect? All right, thank you, Mr. McCullough. You may step down, take your time, watch your step. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, there is an issue if we might approach.
Yes.
And prior to working at the Dogwood in Nashville, did you have any specialized first responder training?
Yes, I was a deputy in Kentucky for a period of time. We went through basic, self-defense techniques and basic medical life rescue classes and techniques.
Okay. I want to call your attention to December 20th, 2019 and into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019.
Mhm.
Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what you were doing for Dogwood on that day?
At that time, I was working as head of security, doing my basic duties, making sure that everybody was okay, making sure that my guys were okay. We shut down the place properly and, just normal security night.
Okay. What time does the bar close?
So the bar closes by 3 a.m. That means everybody has to be out. Typically lights are up at 2:30. And we, give a warning, tell everybody to start leaving. And then 2:45, we give a hard push and start getting everybody out to meet that 3 a.m. deadline.
And if somebody were to try to come into the bar around 2:30, 2:45, what would y'all do?
Typically, it is no reentry after 2:30. However, it's a case-by-case basis. If they speak to the door guy, such as, hey, man, I need to run my keys out to a friend, or, they left their phone or something of that nature, access may be granted back inside the bar. But typically after 2:30, nobody is allowed in.
And is there anything that the staff does in particular right at closing time?
Yes. Once everybody is out of the bar is secured. I do a walkthrough, make sure that nobody is, lingering in bathrooms and stuff like that. Doors are locked, and we start pulling trash cans and begin our closing duties for the night.
Did you notice anything inside the bar that night that drew your attention?
No, ma'am. My security staff is very prideful on being proactive rather than reactive. We walk around in Rome and make sure that, everything is good to go. And if anything does arise, it ends quickly. That night was a very smooth night altogether. No physical altercations, no verbal altercations that got our attention whatsoever.
If you had seen something out of the ordinary inside of the bar that made you feel like things were going awry, what would you all have done?
Well, if it's a verbal altercation, then myself and or other security guards would interject, separate both parties. If it's, a pretty heated argument, then we would just ask both parties to leave. Typically our rule of thumb, if it's a verbal altercation to that point or a physical altercation, the rule is one party goes out, one exit. We hold the second party until the first party is left, and we bring the second party out and we take them out the second exit. But like I said, there was nothing of that nature that night.
So after everyone was out of the bar, did you notice anything that drew your attention?
Yes. While I was beginning my, closing duties, I had heard that there was an altercation beginning outside. I remember looking out there and not really seeing much, much as in it didn't look really threatening, if you will. Looked like just like a bunch of people, push and shove each other. Nothing too crazy. So I just, continued on with my closing duties.
Did you think you needed to go out there and defend anybody from getting hurt?
Absolutely not. What I saw was, a bunch of people, like I said, pushing and shoving each other. There might have been a punch thrown, but there was never a point in my mind where I had hoped that somebody was able to defend themselves due to life-threatening altercation. It was nothing like that. It is not uncommon to see altercations outside once bars close, whether it be us or from another bar. Legally, we are not allowed to get involved in anything like that. However, as a human being, if there was anything that was ever life-threatening, I myself and my staff would have stopped. anything that was going on.
Okay. And again, you didn't see anything that you felt like needed to be.
Absolutely not.
Did you ever see anybody with a weapon?
No.
When did you become aware that the situation actually was a very dangerous situation?
So I was upstairs, continuing my closing duties. At some point, I had heard that somebody had gotten stabbed, to which I responded and ran outside. I now know that was Dave Hangley letting one of the managers know that somebody was stabbed and to call 911. So I began to run outside. Dave Hangley was already on the ground working on, now that I know, Clay Beathard. I went over and asked Dave if he was okay, if he needed anything. And then he said, no, I'm fine. Go check on that guy over there. I looked up, and then I had seen what I now know as Paul laying in the alleyway.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you interacted with Paul Trepini?
Yes. So once I got over there, there was a crowd of people around him, obviously his friends, trying to, wake him up and stand him up and stuff like that. I physically removed a couple people in a non-malicious way, obviously. I went down. I asked him if he could tell me his name. He gave no response. I began examining him to the best of my ability. I seen, obviously, copious amounts of blood, at which time I lifted up his jacket and shirt and began to do a body sweep to try to find where the blood was coming from. At which point I found about an 1.5 inch laceration right here around his diaphragm area. At which time I began to apply pressure. I instructed another security guard to go get me some towels. I continued to talk to Paul, told him, hey man, it's going to be okay. I'm here with you. I instructed one of his friends to hold his head and keep talking to him. During this whole process, he began to vomit a little bit. So I had everybody roll him on his side, kind of. Once my security guard came over.
Can I ask you to pause there for just a moment?
Yes.
You said that you were talking to Mr. Trepini
Mhm.
Before he was rolled over onto his side. Was he able to respond to you in any way or communicate with you at all?
Absolutely not. The only response that I got was that he had looked at me. Me and him were looking eye to eye. Very shallow breaths, no verbal response whatsoever. There was no real, he didn't grab up and reach for me or anything like that. He was just there, kind of lifeless.
And you said that you rolled him over on his side?
Yes, I rolled him over on his side because I didn't want him to asphyxiate on his vomit. Once my security guard grabbed the towels for me, we call it a speedball. Basically, it's usually used for gauze, but basically you make a very tight ball and you pack it into the wound and you keep packing to try to stop the bleeding or clot whatever is in there. So I tried making a speedball and I began to put it inside of Paul and his laceration. However, the towel was just too thick to make a proper speedball. So what I did was pulled it out, wrapped the towel around my hand, and I stuck my fingers inside of the wound cavity. And at that time, we rolled him back on his back. I noticed that he was still losing a lot of blood. I'm continuing to talk to him through this entire process. Hey, Paul, you're going to be okay. Stay with us. You're going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. At which time, at some point, I should say, I took one of his legs and propped it up on my knee. I was kind of standing in a kneeling position. I had one knee up, and I propped his left leg on my left knee to try to circulate some more blood to his core. Still, like I said, no response from him. As it started to progress into the night, waiting for Metro to arrive, I don't really, I don't know the medical term, but whenever somebody passes away, they give one last breath, and it's more of a groan rather than a breath. And whenever I was looking at Paul, trying to talk to him, try to keep his, spirits up, he let out that groan, at which time I felt that he had passed away. I obviously still waited for Metro to arrive. Once they did arrive, I told one of the officers, kind of, in secret, if you will, not really in secret, but, I didn't want to freak anybody out. I had informed one of the Metro officers that I had thought that Paul had passed away because he let out that groan and he was very flushed, and there was no more response as far as, him looking at me anymore. So.
How were Mr. Trepini's friends reacting during this time?
It is a very chaotic situation. A lot of screaming, yelling, crying, obviously, as they should. Once Metro arrived and EMS got there, obviously they took over the scene. They're all trying to console each other. It is a very, very chaotic situation. I had instructed my security guards and all other staff that was outside to get inside so we are not in the way of Metro and EMS. I do remember whenever I was walking inside, there was another individual sitting on our planters that had a laceration over his eye. But EMS was already working on him, so there was no need for me there.
And are there video cameras at Dogwood?
There are a lot of video cameras.
I could have just one minute. Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Cool?
No questions, John.
Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome to step in.
Yes, ma'am.
This is probably a good time for us to break for lunch. We'll go ahead and let you break for lunch. And do I need to repeat the rule? That y'all know it by heart? Okay, all right.
All right.
Okay. Are there any issues that I need to look into over the lunch break? Any evidentiary issues that I need to research?
Not here, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think about 45 minutes is enough time. Yeah, as I nod my head, yes. All right.
any way I could get in the back hallway to get a vending machine? Jen, we go get a drink. Yes, she's actually waiting on her. See what they can get her a drink. Do you need anything back here? Drink, back there? Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do it again. Okay, I think I might as well go on and move tomorrow's docket. What do you guess? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, let's see, we still got quite a few. Oh, goodness. Yes, the question, the answer is yes, right? Yeah. Yeah, for tomorrow, for sure. I might as well move to Bob's docket there, Jan. Yeah. Yes.
big weight lifted off my shoulders. But when I say weight, I mean the weight of this legal process, not the weight of Ms. Murphy's life being lost. I want to make that really clear because that's something that will always be with me.
Well, we have seen her in the courtroom all week, but for the first time, we're hearing from Redonda Vaught, the nurse on trial who was convicted today for a patient's death.
Vaught spoke to us this morning before learning of her conviction on lesser charges. She had been charged with reckless homicide. The jury found her guilty of criminally negligent homicide and gross neglect of an impaired adult. News Channel 5's Chris Davis has been at the courthouse all week for us.
Yeah, Chris, how did Redonda Vaught actually react when that verdict was read?
Well, Rory, that was really what was striking about it all. If you followed the trial, you know on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday during testimony, Redonda was incredibly emotional at times, visibly weeping and putting her head on the table. That wasn't the case today when the verdict was read. And afterwards, she told reporters two things. One, she will always be just emotional and moved by the mistake that she made in the Charlene Murphy case. But two, she's relieved that this legal process at least, is finally over.
Nothing that the district attorney said yesterday is worse than anything that I've said to myself. So, number one. Number two, it's been 3.5 years waiting for this process to be done within the legal system. And so I am very happy that that part is just over with.
Vaught was found guilty of gross neglect of an impaired adult and criminally negligent homicide, which was the lesser charge of the state's original reckless homicide charge. Vaught mixed up medication when treating patient Charlene Murphy, who was hospitalized at Vanderbilt for a brain bleed. Instead of giving her a sedative, Vaught administered a paralytic that suppressed her breathing and movements. The district attorney's office praised the jury's decision and had a message for nurses who felt under attack during this trial.
We want Davidson County to know that we, as the DA's office, do not prosecute on lies. We prosecute on the facts. And the jury heard all the facts in this case, and they rendered a verdict accordingly, and we thank them for that. This was not a case against the nursing community. This is about the actions of one individual.
Now, Redonda Vaught is still out on bond, meaning she will be a free woman until May 13th, when she'll have to come back here to the courthouse for a sentencing hearing. She could face multiple years behind bars. Now, meantime, I asked the district attorney's office, are they concerned about the precedent this could set for nurses that make mistakes on the job? They say they are not concerned that this was just about one woman, but a lot of nurses following this case see it much differently. For that part of the story, let's turn to News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs, who is live at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Kelsey?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, absolutely. We spoke with some of those nurses after the verdict, and some of them just said they did not want to go on camera. They didn't even want to give us their names out of fear of retaliation from the state, but they were visibly shaken, saying this decision will change the profession of nursing forever.
The vast majority of nurses really feel like I am Redonda. I could be Redonda. This could happen to me.
It will give us the impression that society doesn't support us, that the judicial system doesn't support us. And this is supposed to be one of the most noble professions and one of the most highly honored professions. And if your society and community doesn't support you, then what's the point in doing it?
It was not the verdict these nurses were hoping for, as they showed up every day to support former nurse Redonda Vaught's trial. When the verdict was read, everyone remained calm, but outside in the hall, some were speechless, and others again did not want to go on camera, but telling us this was not justice. Nurses, not just from Middle Tennessee, lined the halls and sat in the courtroom to support Vaught. Erica is a nurse who traveled from Las Vegas. She's been following the case from the beginning, and she says she's been at the trial all week.
Ideally, she should be exonerated, and Vanderbilt should be held accountable for their portion of systems failures in this. She's already lost her nursing license. That's plenty.
That same nurse telling us the only positive that comes out of this is that more nurses will be extra vigilant at work, because she says, and quote, they're just downright terrified that something like this could happen to them. For now, reporting live outside the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, Kelsey Gibbs, News Channel 5.
Kelsey, thank you. And again, Redonda Vaught will be sentenced in May. You can see her entire comments from this morning on newschannel5.com.
Hello everybody, welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.
Or I guess
They're
your
my
parents'
parents' house, correct.
Did you ever felt like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No.
Did you ever feel like you needed a weapon so that you could protect your cousin who had fallen down on the ground across
No.
the street? After that night, were you contacted by the police?
Yes.
And why did they contact you?
Because of my car.
So did they indicate to you that they were able to identify your car as being there on that night?
Yes.
Did you cooperate with the police and allow them to search your car?
I did, and they also searched my house.
Do you know any of the people who are involved in this case?
No.
And when was it that you found out that people died out there that night?
I think it was the next day when the police came to my house.
And what was your reaction when you found out that this incident that you were right up close and personal with?
I was very shocked and sad about what had happened.
And why were you shocked?
Because I didn't think it was that serious for someone to die over that. It was, I don't know, I didn't see it that way.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Mccullough?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Mendoza. Watch your step as you're stepping down.
Thank you.
Take your time. Thank you. In general,
Your Honor, this state calls Jorge Gardea.
Jorge Gardea.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you out?
So watch your step as you go down.
Hello.
Chair for just a
Okay, okay.
Mr. Gardea, would you please state your first and last name and spell both of those for the record?
Jorge Gardea, Jorge, and the last name Gardea, Gardea.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I live in Nashville, and I've been here for like 20 years, and I just work in Nashville.
Okay. I want to call your attention to the night of December 20th into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Do you remember that day?
I just remember we were at the bar with some friends, and then when we were about to leave, I was on the car driving, waiting for them to get in, like just to leave, and that's when a fight break out.
Okay. I want to back up just a little bit from that. When you did you go to the Dogwood bar?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were there, were you hanging out with a group of your friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, about 5 other friends and plus yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And about how long were y'all there?
Probably we got there about like 12:30 until close. It was like maybe like an hour. Like from 12:30 until like they closed, maybe like 2 hours and a half. I don't know. It was.
So that whole time that you were there, did you see anything out of the ordinary while you were inside the bar?
No, ma'am.
And you said that at closing time, y'all were leaving
Yes, ma'am.
and you went and got your sister-in-law's car.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you pull up right in front of the bar?
Yeah, right in front. I
And-
mean, it was like another car, and then when the car left, I just back up the car a little bit. Yeah.
And did something out of the ordinary happen then?
Nothing. I was just waiting for them to get in the car and then just leave. And then they were taking a long time like to get in the car because they were talking with like the people outside, and that's when all of a sudden like they start fighting.
Can you tell the jury exactly what you saw when people started fighting?
I was inside the car, so when I got out of the car to see, because I thought that my friends were the ones involved on the fight, and then I saw just like people fighting, and
Okay.
but I really don't know what happened. Just like saw people fighting.
Understood.
Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to review some surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if we could turn the computer screen on. When you reviewed the video, were you able to see where you were?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can, in just a minute, it's going to pop up on your screen.
All right.
Can you point at the vehicle when it pops back up? Can you point at the vehicle that you were driving?
Well, it's the black car right there.
Okay, and
Black Jeep.
you can touch your screen
Okay.
and
Yep.
it'll show
That one
everybody what
right
you're
there.
talking about. Okay. So that was the vehicle, and we're gonna go ahead and push play. And if you can tell us what you see, when's the first time you see yourself in this video?
So that's when I moved the car a little bit. That's when the fight happened. And that's
And
me
is this
right
you
there.
right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one right there. Well, can you? I mean, it's just like so fast that.
Can you narrate for the jury what you see happening with yourself?
Well, I was just trying to separate people. Like, hey, don't fight. I mean, come on. Just trying to like separate people.
Okay. Did you actually go across the street?
Yeah, I was across the street. I think I'm this person right there.
Okay. So I'm going to back it up just a little bit. And
Yeah,
right
right
now,
there.
is this you?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just tell me what you're doing as we play this through.
I was just trying like to separate people, like tell them not to fight.
So you're going towards
Yeah,
where a
there's
lot of
like the fight.
And what are you seeing happening right then?
Just people fighting.
Okay. All right. And then what are you seeing at this point?
Just like the same people fighting, like a bunch of people fighting against like a bunch of people. Like I didn't see like any particular like fight with somebody and somebody.
Just a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody described it as a tornado.
Yeah. It was like quick and yeah.
Okay. And we're going to push play and tell me what you see yourself do next.
Like the same, trying to like grab people like to stop the fight.
Okay. And we'll keep going. And what are you doing now?
I don't.
Are you able to tell?
No.
Okay, we'll play it through a little bit more.
See, I was just trying like to separate people. See, I'm grabbing somebody like the
Okay.
way they don't like.
And
keep
is it at the
fighting.
top of the screen up here?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point when you're up there in that area, do you actually get pushed down?
I fell down, but I don't remember like what happened.
You don't remember how that happened?
I don't know. I don't remember if somebody pushed me. I don't know if I tripped on something. I don't know. I just fell down on the floor, and then I got up, and then my friend went and grabbed me. And that's me walking, like going towards the car.
Okay. So it looks like, Mr. Gardia, that you were kind of, after the first incident that happens on the right side of the car, you went towards it and stayed with it.
Yeah.
For most of it. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any time when you were in the middle of all that, did you see anybody have a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody threaten anybody?
No.
Did you ever think in all of that time that you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No, because it was just like just college kids fighting.
Did you ever think that any of them needed a weapon to protect themselves?
No.
Did it, you as being somebody who was in the middle of the whole thing, did it ever appear to you that it was a bunch of people ganging up on one person?
No, it was just like fight, but you didn't know like that they were like gaining up on somebody. No.
Robert, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Court.
No questions, John.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. Watch your step as you step.
You're welcome.
Okay, General. Under this vehicle is Claire Beth Bernal. We'll use the computer with her as well.
Ma'am, if you could, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Would you please state your first name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Claire Beth Bernal, CLARIBETH BERNAL.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I came here when I was 22 years ago, and I a full-time employee.
Okay. You said you came here as into Nashville?
To move to Nashville, yes.
Okay. All right. I want to call your attention to the night of December 20th, 2019 into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Were you hanging out with a group of your friends that night?
Correct. Yes.
At some point, did you all go to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, we did.
Before you went to the Dogwood Bar, did y'all go somewhere else?
I was out that night having dinner with some friends, with my cousins.
Okay.
And then I ended up going over there.
To the Dogwood Bar?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you at the Dogwood Bar?
I think it was before closing time. We got there around, I think it was 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it was late, yeah.
And so you were there for at least a couple of hours before closing time. Okay. The whole time that you were inside the bar, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Nope.
Did you
Not
see
at all.
anybody in a fight?
No, not inside the bar, no.
Did you see anybody inside the bar raise their voice towards anybody?
No.
At some point, And when I say at some point, I mean near closing time.
Uh-huh.
Did you all decide to leave the bar?
Yes.
And tell the jury about those moments when you were leaving the bar.
Okay, so we were stepping out and we stayed in one corner while we wait for one of our friends to go get the card. And while we waited there, that's when we saw that they pushed, I think it was my friend or my cousin, I'm not sure. And
who is your friend? Who are you referring to as your friend?
Ivan.
Okay.
And then that's the person that they push, and then they push another person.
Okay.
And that's while we were waiting to get the card.
Okay. And you said that they pushed. Do you know who it was that pushed?
No.
Okay. Can you describe like what it felt like when the fight first started?
We all got so confused because they were all pushing each other, and then they were pushing against the vehicle as soon as Jorge pulled in. So when they were against the vehicle, we all got so confused.
Okay. Why were you confused?
Because the fight started there, and then ended up across. So, and then I was like, who's fighting or who's into it, you know? So I got so confused at the moment.
Okay.
And then Jorge, I think Jorge was in the vehicle or got out of I don't remember exactly, to be honest with you. All I know is I had to go get Jorge out from across the street.
Did you have an opportunity to review some video?
Yes.
And were you able to pick yourself out in that video?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, we're going to be showing exhibit number 11, folder number 12 to Miss Bernal. Miss Bernal, can you look at this and see, can you touch the screen and show where the car was that y'all were going to get into? Okay.
Right there.
And tell me when the first time you see yourself is.
Right here.
And while you're standing there in that moment, do you hear anybody yelling anything or acting like they're going to start a fight in that moment?
No, not at all.
So you were completely surprised when this happened?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And can you narrate for the jury what you see happening with you and your friends?
Okay, so I'm somewhere over here, right here on this area. And then as soon as I saw everyone running across, I ran after, I think.
Okay, so you went across the street?
Yeah, to go grab Jorge. That's when I pulled him out.
That's the reason you went and grabbed Jorge? Okay, okay.
That's when everybody's running right there.
And what
then
do you
I'm
see?
right here.
What do you see happening?
I guess everybody was hitting each other. I'm not sure. And that's when I was like, everybody's out there. I have to go get them.
So
And then
did you
that's
go
when I
back?
pulled Jorge. Yeah.
Okay, and then once you got over there, what did you see?
All I seen, that's it. All I seen, I pulled Jorge and I just came back to the vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in all of this time, did you see anybody with a weapon?
No.
Did you at any time when you were involved in that, from the very beginning when that fight started to the time when you went across the street to the time that you came back across the street, did you ever think you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
Not at all.
Did you ever see any situation where you thought a person needed a weapon to protect themselves?
No.
When did you find out that people had died as a result of this incident that you had a front row seat
I
to?
received a call the next day.
So you had no...
I had no clue at all.
Okay. Why were you surprised?
I was.
Can
I
you
was really surprised.
Can you tell the jury why you were surprised?
Because it looked like it was like a normal fight. I didn't see anything. I thought it was just a regular fight. We didn't see anything. So.
And did you see any reason for a weapon to be involved?
Not at all. No.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Man, I just wanted to ask you one question about the interior of the Dogwood Bar. Do they play loud music?
It was normal. We were able to speak to each other. We were outside, so we were able to speak to each other.
Oh, you were outside at that point. Okay, thank you.
Anything you read, right?
No, you're not. Thank you, ma'am. I'll just step just step
Okay.
down. Okay, General.
Your Honor, the state called Campbell Parker.
Campbell Parker.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Parker, would you please state your name and spell your first name and your last name for the record? Mr. Parker?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have a stutter? Okay, and so
Yes, I do.
And so sometimes does it take you a minute to answer a question if I'm asking you?
Yes, it does.
So that's nothing that's out of the ordinary for you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you spell your first name Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you spell your last name?
Parker.
Mr. Parker, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes.
Did you go to Battleground Academy?
Yes, I did.
And now are you living out of state?
I am. I am. I am. I am. I. Who. 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 I.
Do you live in Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you looking to get into politics?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Where did you go to high school?
I went. I went to BGA.
And are you still friendly with your friend group from BGA?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Do y'all sometimes get together over the holidays?
Yes, ma'am. We do.
And did y'all have a get together on December 20th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
And was Clay Beathard there?
Yes, ma'am. He was.
How well do you know Clay Beathard?
I know who I know I know Clay I know Clay I know Clay I know Clay well he came to BGA in middle school. We were always he came to BGA in middle school, and we were always on the same sports teams and stuff ever since he came to BGA. So I always spent a lot of time with him on sports teams and things like that.
Can you tell the jury what kind of person Mr. Beathard was?
Yeah. I would say that Clay was always. 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 Sorry. I would say that Clay was always. I'm a really good friend. I would say that Clay was always. I would say that Clay was always. I'm a really good friend, and he was always there for everybody.
Mm-hmm. And was he the kind of person that would start a fight?
No, ma'am.
Was he the kind of person who would egg on a fight if somebody else was fighting?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know Paul Trepini?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury how well you knew him and a little bit about him?
Yeah. I've known Paul. Since we started kindergarten together. I'm a BGA. Since then. He's always been. I've known Paul since we started together at BGA kindergarten, and since then, he's always been one. I've known Paul since we started together at BGA in kindergarten, and since then, I've known Paul since we started together in kindergarten at BGA, and since then, he's always been one of my closest friends. He's always one of my closest friends. We were on the same football team and basketball team for years.
So you've known him just about all your life.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to be the kind of person that starts a fight?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to be the type of person who would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
Do you know Sam Folks? How do you know
Yes,
Sam?
ma'am, I do.
How well do you know Sam Folks?
I know Sam Folks well. He came to BGA. He came to BGA in the 8th grade, I believe. And since then, we always played on the same basketball team together, and especially because basketball season is a lot longer. So I was always around it. I was always around him a lot.
And is he the kind of guy that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Is he the kind of guy that would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
What about AJ Bethurum? Do you know him well?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He also started BGA at the same time I did when he also started BGA. He also started BGA. When we were in kindergarten. So I've known him since I was like 5 years old.
And is he the kind of guy that starts fights?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And is he the kind of guy that would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
Did you get together with your friend group on the night of December 20th over the holidays?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all go to Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
At some point, did you all decide to leave and go to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
Did y'all go to Kung Fu first?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
And once you got to the Dogwood Bar, can you describe the mood when y'all were there in the bar?
Yeah. I would say the mood. Was just that everyone was excited. That everyone was excited. I would say the mood was that everyone was excited to be there. Because that was kind of like right as everyone had finished their classes for that fall at school. So we were all just kind of we were all excited to be together.
Were you able to review some video today?
I was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as exhibit number 11 and video number 11. Can you look at this video and touch your screen when you see yourself and identify yourself in the video? And as we play through this video a little bit, can you tell the jury what y'all are doing? And right there, are you speaking with Wilson Mccullough?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what you see happening?
Yeah. I just kind of see us all as kind of I just see us all in a group. 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 We're just talking. We're just kind of hanging out.
Okay. And we can go ahead and stop this video. And then I'm going to play for you from that same exhibit number 11, folder number 12. I'm sorry, folder number 10. And did you have an opportunity to look at the video from the stairs from inside Dogwood Bar?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we're playing this video from the beginning. And I'm sorry? Okay. If you could just tell us when on the video you see yourself.
Myself now, kind of like on the middle of the stairs.
Okay, and you can
behind
touch
AJ.
the video screen.
Sorry.
Okay. Now, when you were on the stairs, did you hear anything out of the ordinary going on?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was anybody yelling at anybody in particular?
Not that I heard, no, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody saying anything derogatory towards the defendant in this case, Michael Moseley?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you from exhibit number 11, folder number 12. Have you had an opportunity to review this video?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And can you tell us when you see yourself?
Yes, I'm right there.
Okay. And can you narrate for us what you see happening with yourself? Is this you right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us what you see happening.
So now, I just see myself just, I just see myself waiting outside the bar, and then
Who is to your right then?
I believe that is AJ. Yes, yeah, that is AJ. And as I was waiting on the street, I pulled out my phone so I could call an Uber so we could leave the bar.
Did you have any idea that this fight was about to start?
No, ma'am.
Was that surprising to you?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Did it take you a minute to realize kind of what even was happening?
It did, yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury what you remember happening in these moments?
Yeah, I remember I was on my phone, so I could call an Uber, and then out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone out of the corner of my eye. I saw someone out of the corner of my eye. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone get pushed over, and then when that happened, I went over to them. I went over to them to see. I went over to them to see. I went over to them to see. Sorry, I went over to them to see if they were. I went over to them to see if they were okay.
Did you see Thoby
Yes, ma'am.
fall? Okay, and
Yes,
did you participate in helping her,
ma'am.
or did you see who helped her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, so did you help her get up?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and after you helped Miss Bobber get up, then what did you do?
After that, I saw some people kind of in the middle of the street and on the sidewalk across the street, and like I didn't really think anything was happening. I just thought it was people. 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 And at that point, I saw people in the middle of the street and on the sidewalk on the other side of the street, and it just kind of looked, and it just kind of looked just, and it just kind of looked just kind of like a, and it just kind of looked like 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 I'm a big group of people, and like I didn't like think anything bad was happening.
Okay. Did you see AJ Bethurum get stabbed?
No, ma'am. I did not. But I saw him on the sidewalk on the other side of the street, like right after it happened.
Did you see, and how was AJ acting after he got stabbed?
At that point, at that point, he seemed to be kind of, I would say at that point, I would say at that point, he
Was he getting help at the ambulance?
Not as soon as I saw him, no, ma'am. But then later he did.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Trepini or Mr. Beathard get stabbed?
And no, ma'am.
At any time in any of that, did you see anybody have a weapon?
And no, ma'am.
And at any time in any of that, did you feel like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
And no, ma'am, I did not. I just thought that it was just kind of people. I just thought it was people. I just thought it was a group of people. I just thought it was a group of people. I just thought it was a group of people who were. I just thought it was a group of people who were
Fighting?
Pushing and shoving.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point, since you had kind of a front row seat to this, at any point did you see AJ Bethurum or Paul Trepini or Clay Beathard use or attempt to use any type of deadly force against this defendant, Mr. Moseley?
And no, ma'am.
Okay, cross-examination?
No questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, General?
Your Honor, our next witness is Officer Charles Linville.
Charles Linville?
Yes, Your Honor.
affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Officer Linville, could you please state your full name for the record?
Charles Linville, Linville.
And you are employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your position at the police department?
I'm an officer. I work in the crime scene investigation section.
And the crime scene investigation section, can you just generally describe what that means?
We're generally responsible for responding to scenes where we might be responsible for photography, processing for fingerprints, collecting DNA, preserving evidence, things of that nature.
And is Jason Terry also someone that works in that same unit?
He is.
And can you describe any particular crime? Is it sometimes you have multiple people within your unit working on different pieces of evidence? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's correct. Kind of in the particular area I'm in, it's kind of the evidence processing unit, and I'm responsible more for processing items more after the fact that may have been collected from the scene and may need processing at a later time.
And so any particular crime scene, if there's evidence like a vehicle or something like that, that actually gets moved and taken to the lab, and then you process it at the lab. Is that
Yes,
right?
it can, yes.
And so did you respond to this scene of this particular homicide of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trepini?
I did not respond to the original scene, no.
Did you process items of evidence related to this case?
I did.
And anything that you processed, how does that process work? Do you make that decision, or who determines kind of what your directive is?
Generally, we receive a request form related to the particular item, and some things about what processing is looked for, and then ultimately we determine what processes will actually happen.
Okay. And it'll probably be easier to describe if we talk about an actual item of evidence, would it?
Sure.
In particular, did you process a 1997 Honda Civic?
I did.
And can you describe what information did you have about that vehicle at the time that you processed that piece of evidence?
I received a request form, and it basically has all the vehicle information that it, just as brief in the narrative, it was just saying that a murder suspect was observed parking the vehicle, running away from it, and please process it for the presence of blood, DNA, prints, take photos of both vehicle and contents.
And did you follow that directive and do those things?
I did.
Now I'm going to ask that this witness be handed 13 photographs that have been pre-marked A through M. Officer Linville, if you could look through those 13 photographs and let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And are those photographs that you took during the processing of that vehicle in this
Yes,
case?
it is.
Did you actually take a significantly larger number of photographs?
I would have, yes.
So this is just a small selection, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would ask that those 13 photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 43 A through M.
Okay.
And I have those available to digitally publish to the jury. Officer Linville,
I think it's there. Oh, now it's gone. Okay.
Okay, this is 43A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
This is what is called the photo work order. It's basically just general information that we take at the beginning of our group of photographs, the date that we're photographing, the complaint number related to the case, victim's name, whatever information that we have, 400 Mott Drive, which is our office where the vehicle was located, and a basic 97 Honda Civic as the basic item, and then some information at the bottom of who was requesting, and then my information that I was the one taking the photos.
And this is 43B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is just a general overall photograph of the vehicle, basically from the driver's side.
43C. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
This is same vehicle, just seeing the vehicle overall from a different angle, including the tag.
And this is 43D. Can you describe what is shown here?
Again, this is another overall photograph of the same vehicle from the front, looking through the front windshield.
And this is 43E. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is the same vehicle with the driver's door after it's been opened, just showing overalls of the inside of that area.
And 43F.
This is a photograph of that same driver's door, showing some of the information or some of the items that were in the pocket there.
And this is 43G.
This is also the driver's door, showing the items in that door pocket. There was a knife that was recovered from that location.
And if you could touch the screen and just point to the knife that you're referring to.
You can only see a portion of the handle, and that's kind of circling it.
And so was that item removed?
It was.
And this next image, this is 43, I believe, I.
That's the knife that was recovered from that door pocket.
Which I'm sorry, that was 43H. And so after you remove it, you photograph it from that point. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 43I.
This is another photograph of the same knife with the blade exposed.
And 43J.
Same knife, just the opposite side of the blade from the last photograph.
And was this item collected and entered into evidence?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Officer Linville, do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that?
It is the knife that's in the photographs.
And does it have markings and identifications that let you know that that is the knife that is in that photograph?
It does. It has the related complaint number, address, description, my initials, and it's all in my handwriting.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 44. Officer Linville, what, if anything else, did you do to process this piece of evidence related to this case?
There were several swabs taken from all the door handles on the interior and exterior, the steering wheel. There were obvious photographs taken throughout the vehicle. There were, I believe, a sweater and a pair of boots that were also collected from inside the vehicle, other than the knife.
Which, and I apologize, my question was not very clear. What, if anything else, did you do to process the actual knife itself?
The knife was photographed, it was swabbed for DNA evidence from the blade, and it was also fingerprinted.
And if I could ask the witness be handed one last item. Officer Linville, if you can take a look at that item and let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is that item?
It's 2 swabs that were collected from the knife blade.
And can you describe kind of that process of what you swapped?
It would have just been along the edges of the blade. Visual examination, there didn't appear to be any staining, so it was just a swab of the tip down kind of to what I would call the hilt where the fold is.
So there was no obvious evidence that there was any blood on that knife. Is that correct?
Not that I could tell.
But you still did a swab of it.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those swabs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 45. And going back to 43K, can you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of the interior of the front of the compartment during overall photography, just showing that the glove compartment opened and basic items inside.
And is it part of the process that you would photograph something before you actually remove items from any area of that vehicle?
Yes.
And this is 43L. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer photograph of the glove compartment area.
And did you remove items from that glove compartment?
I did.
And this is 43M. Could you describe what is shown here?
It's the vehicle registration for that vehicle.
And was that inside that glove compartment?
It was.
And for the record, can you identify who that vehicle was registered to?
Michael Moseley.
Thank you, Officer Linville. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Quillen?
No questions, officer.
Thank you, Officer Linville.
Thank you.
Stepping down.
Maybe approach briefly just to discuss the issue.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break, let you stretch your legs, and then we'll get you back in here momentarily, okay?
All right.
Y'all remember the rule. Okay. What rule? Uh-oh. Recite the rule. I know. Okay, all right, about 5 minutes. Okay. I'd like to have a little bit.
That's what they said. No, I just have this one picture, so not much to do with. They
We're calling it.
haven't seen you. Come to order, please.
I'm sorry, I thought that a couple people arrive at the same time. General Hunter can just have one more moment, she'll be in here in just a second. And Mr. Quillen, the next witness is going to be Dr. Bowman, the medical examiner.
Okay, y'all, are we ready?
Your Honor, there is one thing, that I would like to ask Your Honor outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
At one point in Dr. Bowman's testimony, I would like to ask her to step down and perhaps, ask Mr. Fox, I haven't spoken with him about this yet, to stand there and so she can show on Mr. Fox where the stab wounds were.
Okay, in this in here.
Yes, Your Honor. Do I have the court's permission and are you okay with that, Mr. Fox? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know that it matters, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll grant the state's request and Mr. Fox can stand in. Okay. While it's on my mind, because Ms. Franklin has asked me to ask you all this, well, where did General, there she is. I want to make sure everybody's here. Ms. Franklin wanted me to just ask her, because as I'm sure you all know, she is preparing the instruction. I don't know if you all have something that you all want her to include, y'all can write it down. Or if there's, obviously if it's a particular number, you just write the number down, she can reference it. Or if you have a specific special instruction, write it down. Obviously, if it's a special instruction, the court will review it to determine whether or not. And I know it's kind of early because all the proof is not in.
Judge, I know that the state would be asking for the flight
Now,
instruction based off of evidence to this point.
Okay, all right, so the flight instructions was something the state, and I think Ms. Franklin's probably listening to us now. And Mr. Well, if you have something, just, we need to start thinking
I do
about.
have something to submit,
Okay.
I think 3 or 4, which may be the next break call.
Okay, that's fine, if you could just write them down and she can start, she's working on it now, as long as we have it, hopefully before tomorrow. All right, is there anything, line them up, please. Was there anything else, that we need to talk about?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're lining the jury up. May I ask who your next witness is after Dr. Bowman?
I'm trying to time things.
Patrick Wells.
Okay. That's when I saw that name, I was thinking investigative.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury here in trial are present in the courtroom after that short break. And is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the next witness.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dr. Bowman.
Okay, Dr. Bowman. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Okay.
Dr. Bowman, would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Gulpreet Bowman, GULPREETBOWMAN.
Where do you work?
I work at Forensic Medical Management here in Nashville.
And is that the office of the the office of the medical examiner here in Nashville, Davidson County?
It is.
What do you do for forensic medical?
I'm a medical examiner.
And can you tell the jury what a medical examiner does?
Yes, a medical examiner is a physician who investigates death.
And can you tell the jury about your educational background, which qualifies you to do your job?
Yes, I completed a Bachelor of Science and Arts in Journalism and Biology from Texas Tech University in Texas. I then went to medical school at LECOM Seton Hill in Pennsylvania. I then completed 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Texas A&M and the University of Texas Health Sciences Center. I then completed 1 year of forensic fellowship training at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in Antonio.
And how long have you been with forensic medical?
Since 2018.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic science in the past?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in this exact courtroom to testify in the field of forensic science?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Bowman as an expert in the field of forensic science.
Okay, Mr. Mccullough, do you wish to go
No
on?
objection, Your Honor. No need to go there.
Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bowman is being tendered to you as an expert in the field, in the area of forensic science. During the jury instruction, I will read to you an instruction during the jury charge on the weight to be given to her testimony. Okay, gentlemen.
Dr. Bowman, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is performed by a pathologist and it entails an internal examination and an external examination. During an external examination, identifying marks such as tattoos, scars, hair color, eye color, evidence of injury, things like that are documented. And during this time, trace evidence such as fingernail clippings, sexual assault kits, toxicology specimens like blood, urine, vitreous humor sampling is performed. After that is complete, an internal examination is performed. And the first step is the pathologist reviews all of the organs in situ to see if there's any evidence of injury, any evidence of natural disease. Then each organ is removed one by one, and each organ is dissected for evaluation of whether there is natural disease or any injury.
Did you perform an autopsy on Clayton Beathard?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you compile your findings in a report?
I did.
Okay, and I'm handing something up to you. Could you tell the jury whether or not that is an exact copy of the autopsy report that you prepared?
It is.
Your Honor, I would offer the autopsy report as exhibit number 46.
Oh, okay, that will be exhibit number 46. Does she need to retain it for her testimony?
Do you need a copy of it up there for your testimony?
Yes, please.
Okay. And then you were also handed up a series of photographs labeled A, B, and C. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury whether or not those were photographs that were taken during the time that you did the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer those photographs as exhibit number 47.
Okay, that'd be exhibit number 47. Does she need to retain the photographs for her testimony?
I don't think that she does, Your Honor.
You can pass the photographs back to Ms. Allen.
And Your Honor, if we can use the computer screen.
Yes.
While we're getting this ready, Dr. Bowman, can you tell the jury how old Mr. Clayton Beathard was when he died?
22.
And how tall was he?
70 inches.
And how much did he weigh?
194 pounds.
When was he pronounced deceased?
December 21st, 2019.
And where was he pronounced deceased?
Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Can you tell the jury whether or not when you were performing the autopsy, there was any evidence of medical intervention?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury what you mean by that there was medical intervention?
Anytime someone gets injured, they can get medical intervention at the hospital for life-saving measures. This decedent was transported to Vanderbilt University and received medical care to try to save his life.
And so when you're performing the autopsy, do you sometimes see evidence that the person has been to the hospital and been worked on?
Yes.
And did that happen in this particular case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the evidence of medical intervention was in this case?
Yes. He had an endotracheal tube and an orogastric tube protruding from his mouth. He had an intravascular catheter protruding from his right neck. He had a sutured sternotomy and laparotomy incision on his chest and abdomen. He had a sutured thoracotomy incision on his left upper chest. And subsequent autopsy identified extension through the left fourth intercostal space. A chest tube protruded from a sutured thoracostomy incision below the thoracotomy incision. A thoracostomy incision is present on the right lateral chest, and there are other intravascular catheters on his body.
So why is it important for you to note whether or not there was medical intervention in your autopsy report?
Sometimes medical intervention can mimic evidence of injury, and so it's important to correlate medical intervention with autopsy findings in the medical records.
In your autopsy report, you describe a sharp force injury. Can you describe for the jury what a sharp force injury is?
Yes, there are several types of sharp force injuries. One is a stab wound, another one is an incised wound, and there are also chop wounds. Chop wounds have irregular edges. Incised wounds, the wound is longer than it is deep, and a stab wound is deeper than it is long.
And were you able to identify any stab wounds to Mr. Beathard's body?
Yes.
Can you describe that wound to the jury?
Sure. Present on the left upper chest is a stab wound measuring 6.5 by 0.3 centimeters when reapproximated. The wound is oriented towards the 2 o'clock direction.
Can I stop you there real quick?
Yes.
What does it mean to reapproximate an injury?
So stab wounds sometimes, depending on the orientation on the skin, separate, and reapproximating a stab wound is part of the analysis process of measuring a stab wound and looking for abrasions in the patterns associated with the stab wound.
Okay, so I'm sorry for interrupting you,
No
but
problem.
if you could go on and continue to describe the stab wound.
Yes. The stab wound entered the left chest cavity through the left fifth intercostal space. It injured the left upper lobe of the lung, and it injured the pericardium and the heart.
And when somebody receives an injury like that, can you tell the jury how devastating that is?
Well, the heart is responsible for pumping blood through your body. So if it's injured, it can no longer pump blood to your body. So he had an injury to his heart.
Do you believe that showing the jury a photograph of this injury would aid your testimony in describing it for the jury?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph A. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the stab wound on the left upper chest, and
Okay.
it has been reapproximated.
Okay, so that means that you moved it together. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe exactly what you're seeing in this injury in this photograph?
Yes, this is a stab wound, and there is an abrasion on the bottom portion of your picture.
And you can touch your screen and show the jury what you're talking about.
That's an abrasion right there. And then this is a notch.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what if any, significance that has?
This may represent movement of the knife or movement of the body during the time of the injury.
And I'm showing you photograph. I'm sorry. Okay. I flipped to a photograph that I didn't mean to of yet. Okay, now I'm showing you a photograph of a knife, this photograph was previously introduced into evidence in the previous exhibit. Can you tell the jury whether or not a knife like this one could have caused the stab wound to Mr. Beathard?
It is a possibility.
Can you describe for the jury how this could be a possibility?
The photograph was a stab wound, and this is a knife that could be associated with that stab wound.
And would it be possible for this particular knife to cause the exact injury that you see on Mr. Beathard?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe how this knife and the photograph of this knife would coincide with the notch that you saw on Mr. Beathard's body?
Well, the abrasion on the inferior portion of the photograph may be consistent with the serrations on the knife, or these are the serrations, or here.
Can you state with scientific certainty that this is the knife that stabbed Clay Beathard?
No,
But you're unable to rule that out as a possibility.
that's correct.
Okay. Would it assist your testimony in describing exactly where the stab wound was if you were to step down from the witness stand and show on one of our court officers where the stab was?
Yes.
Okay, and when you do that, if you could also describe the direction that the stab wound was. And if we could ask one of the court officers to step into the middle of the courtroom, and Dr. Bowman, if you could step down as well.
And Dr. Bowman, as you speak from that area, because you're not directly close to a microphone, we need you to make sure that you keep your voice up so that we can pick up your comments, please.
Sure. So this,
And I'm sorry, Mr. Pullen, if you step around as well.
if this is the right side and this is the left side, the wound was in this region, and the directionality was front to back, left to right, and downward.
Okay, so can you pretend like you're holding a knife and show that up to Mr. Fox's body? All right, thank you. Did you also find injuries to Mr. Beathard's face?
Yes.
Could you please describe those?
There is a 0.6 by 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the proximal nasal bridge. There's a 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter faint abrasion and a 1 by 0.5 centimeter faint abrasion on the medial and lateral aspects of the right eyebrow, respectively, excuse me.
And do you believe that showing a picture of this injury to the jury would aid your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe this injury for the jury using the photograph?
Yes. This is the abrasion on the nasal bridge, and these are the abrasions above the right eyebrow.
And would you describe that as an acute injury?
Yes.
What do you mean by an acute injury?
It occurred at the time of death.
And then did you also find an injury to Mr. Beathard's abdomen?
Yes.
And can you describe that injury?
A 6 centimeter vertical faint superficial linear abrasion is present on the right lateral abdomen.
And do you believe that showing the jury a photograph of that injury would help your testimony?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a photograph of that injury. Can you describe that for the jury?
It is a linear abrasion as previously described.
What does a linear abrasion mean?
A linear abrasion is like a line.
Did you perform an internal examination?
Yes.
And did you find anything internally, other obviously than the stab wound, that could have contributed to Mr. Beathard's death?
No.
In addition to the photos taken during the autopsy, did you also draw a diagram to reflect the acute injuries in this case?
Yes.
I'm showing you this diagram, which is on page 6 of your report. Could you look at your screen and describe for the jury what you drew on this diagram?
Yes, these are the injuries that we just discussed. Here in the head region are the abrasions. This is the stab wound, and this is the abrasion on the abdomen.
Okay. And when you're creating a diagram as part of your autopsy, do you only include the acute injuries, meaning the injuries that occurred at the time of death?
Yes, that's correct.
So if there were any other injuries that you did not believe occurred at the time of death, you would not have included those on this diagram.
That's correct.
As part of the autopsy, was there a toxicology screen performed?
Yes.
And were you able to review the toxicology screen and determine whether or not Mr. Beathard had consumed any alcohol?
Yes.
And what was his use of alcohol on this night?
His concentration is 0.078 grams per 100 mil.
So if the legal limit for blood alcohol level for driving in Tennessee is 0.08, was Mr. Beathard under the legal limit?
Yes.
Dr. Bowman, in your expert medical opinion, what was the cause of Mr. Clayton Beathard's death?
Stab wound of the chest.
And what was the manner of his death?
Homicide.
Did you also perform the autopsy for Paul Trepini III?
Yes.
And when you performed the autopsy, did you compile the findings in a report?
Yes.
At the same time that you performed the autopsy, did you also take photographs while you were completing the autopsy?
Yes.
Also, as part of Mr. Trepini's body coming into the medical examiner's office, did he arrive with his clothing that he had been wearing that night?
Yes. It was received in a separate plastic bag.
Okay. And did you all at the medical examiner's office take photographs of that clothing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you up a copy of your autopsy report and the photographs, which have been marked A through O. Could you look at the autopsy report and tell the jury whether or not that's an exact copy of the autopsy report that you performed in this case?
And Dr. Bowman, if you could pass Ms. Adams, Mr. Beckard's autopsy report as well. Thank you.
And let me go back real quick, Dr. Bowman, and clarify. Did you see any injuries to Clay Beathard's hands?
Do you need Mr. Beckard's autopsy report?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Here you go.
Thank you. No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And regarding the autopsy report of Paul Trepini III, have you had an opportunity up there to look at your report? And if so, could you tell the jury whether or not that's an exact copy of your autopsy report regarding Paul Trepini III?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'll offer that as the next numbered exhibit.
Okay, and she needs to return it for her testimony?
If she can, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then also, could you look at photographs A through O and tell the jury whether or not those were the photographs taken during the autopsy and of Mr. Trepini's clothing?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll offer the photographs A through O as a collective exhibit after the autopsy report.
The autopsy report will be exhibit number 48. The photographs will be exhibit 49. You can pass her the photographs. A through O.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bowman, can you tell the jury how old Paul Trepini was when he died?
21,
How old was he? I'm sorry, how tall was he and how much did he weigh?
72 inches, and his weight was 215 pounds.
And when was Mr. Trepini pronounced dead?
December 21st, 2019,
Okay, and at what time?
3:57 a.m.,
And where was he pronounced deceased?
Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Was there evidence of medical intervention in his case as well?
Yes,
And can you briefly tell the jury about that evidence?
yes, he had an endotracheal and orogastric tube protruding from his mouth. He had an intravascular catheter protruding from his left neck. He had a sutured thoracotomy incision on his left chest. He had a thoracostomy incision and gauze on his right lower lateral chest. And he had a catheter protruding from his right shoulder and intravascular catheters on his body. Subsequent autopsy revealed where the thoracotomy entered, which that was on the left sixth intercostal space.
In your autopsy report, you indicate that he also suffered sharp force injuries, and you detail that with stab wound number 1 and stab wound number 2. Could you please describe those injuries for the jury?
Stab wound number 1 is present on the mid-upper chest, and when reapproximated, it measures 5 by 0.1 centimeters. A notch is present on the wound. The wound track enters the chest through the costal cartilage at the insertion of the left 7th rib to the sternum, injures the pericardial sac, the right ventricle, the posterior right ventricle, and the posterior pericardial sac. The wound is associated with 600 mils of left hemothorax and 200 mils of right hemothorax, which means blood in the right and left chest cavities.
Okay, and can you describe that wound again, kind of in layman terms?
Yes, it is a 5 centimeter wound when reapproximated. And
What organs did it hit?
it hit the heart and the rib.
Okay. And do you believe that looking at a photograph of this injury would aid your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you photograph A. Is this stab wound 1?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury about what you're seeing on the screen and describe what you found through your autopsy and examination of this particular wound?
This is a stab wound, and there is a notch right there.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
It may represent movement of the knife or the body.
Can you describe stab wound number 2?
Yes. A 3 by 1 centimeter stab wound is present on the left lower back. The wound is reapproximated and measures 3 by 0.1 centimeters. It's oriented horizontally. A notch is present on the inferior edge of the wound, and one end is blunted and the other end is sharp and V-shaped. The stab wound injured the left diaphragm and the left psoas muscle. No other injuries to critical structures were made. And the wound track is back to front, downward, and left to right, with a minimum depth of 4 centimeters.
Okay, and is that a lethal wound?
Independent of itself, no.
but in conjunction with the other wound?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a photograph. Can you tell the jury about this photograph? And is that representative of stab wound number 2?
This is stab wound number 1, and this is when the wound is reapproximated. You can appreciate this notch a little bit better now that it's reapproximated.
I'm showing you a photograph that has been previously entered into evidence of a knife. It's the same knife that I showed you before. Can you tell the jury whether or not this knife was capable of causing the injury that you saw to, or the 2 stab wounds that you saw to Mr. Paul Trepini's body?
Yes, it's a possibility.
Okay, and can you describe how that could be a possibility? Like, what do you consider when you're making that determination that it's possible that this knife caused that wound?
Well, there's a sharp end. Stab wounds are caused by something, a sharp object. So this knife is a sharp object, and there's nothing that prevents it from being the wound. There's no identifying marks that prevent it from being associated with that wound.
And just as with Mr. Beathard's injuries, would it be useful for you to show on Mr. Fox where the injuries on Mr. Trepini's body were?
Yes.
And if Mr. Fox could step back up, and Dr. Bowman, if you could step back down and show on Mr. Fox where Mr. Trepini's injuries were, and also describe for the jury the wound path and direction.
May I bring my notes with me?
Of course. And if you want to use my pen to pretend like it's a knife, that might work a little better. Thank you.
Stab wound number 1 is present right here. This is in the mid-chest region. This is the right, and this is the left. If you could turn around. This again is the right, and this is the left. Stab wound number 2 is present here on the left lateral lower back.
Can you show it again? I think some of the jurors on that end probably didn't get a chance to see.
Yes. Right here.
Thank you. Did you do an internal examination of Mr. Trepini?
Yes.
And did you find anything internally other than his stab wounds which would have contributed to Mr. Trepini's death?
No.
In addition to the photos taken during the autopsy, did you also draw a diagram to reflect the injuries in this case?
Yes.
And I apologize. Can you describe what we're seeing on the screen right now?
Yes, this is stab wound number 2 on the left lower back. And there is, this was described, let me look at my notes. As 3 by 0.1 centimeters. One end is blunted and the other end is sharp.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
That helps with determining what kind of knife or weapon could have caused the injury.
And and I believe you've already testified that the knife that we saw the picture of, do you believe that that knife could have caused this injury?
Yes, it could be possible.
And is that based on the same reasons that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for not showing you that picture before. Now we're looking at the diagram, which is page 6 of your autopsy report. Can you go through this diagram and tell the jury what we're looking at.
So this is stab wound number 1 on the mid chest. This is stab wound number 2 on the left lower back. And there's some abrasions on the hands, on the right and left hands.
And where are those abrasions on the hands?
They're on the back of the hand on the right, adjacent to the knuckles, and on the back of the hand on the left hand, adjacent to the second knuckle.
And you've already described what a toxicology screen is. Did you do one of those in this case?
Yes.
And did you find anything regarding Mr. Trepini's alcohol use?
Yes.
And what is that?
His blood alcohol concentration is 0.167 grams per 100 mils.
Were Mr. Trepini's, you've already testified that Mr. Trepini's clothes were photographed at the medical examiner's office. And the next series of photographs that I'm going to show you, can you describe what we're looking at in these pictures?
There are some defects associated with the location of the stab wounds on the decedent's body.
Okay. And is this like an overall picture, and then we'll do closer up pictures and
Yes, this is an overall of all the clothing.
okay. And what are we seeing here?
These are jeans.
Okay. And do those appear to be soaked in Mr. Trepini's blood?
Yes.
And I'm showing you the next photograph. What are we seeing here?
This is the front side of the jeans.
Okay. And does it look like they cut them off of him during medical intervention, possibly?
Yes.
And I'm showing you his shirt. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing here?
There are 2 defects that are in a location consistent with where the 2 stab wounds are present.
Okay. And this picture, what's different in this picture than the other one?
These have arrows on them.
Okay. Just kind of pointing it out.
Yes.
And is this just a closer up view of that picture?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what we see on this picture?
This is the front side of the shirt. And again, the defect is photographed with the shirt in orientation with the way it is typically worn.
Okay. And is that placement of that defect consistent with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Trepini's body?
Yes.
And is this just a close up of that defect?
Yes.
And are these more pictures of the defects?
Yes.
And a close up?
Yes.
And a close up of the other defect?
Yes.
And is this a picture of Mr. Trepini's jacket that he had been wearing that night?
We received the clothing in a plastic bag, and this stab wound or this defect is consistent with the location of the wound on his body.
Okay. And the marks and the coloring that we see on this jacket, does that appear to be blood?
Yes.
And the next picture, is this just the same picture but with an arrow?
Yes.
Noting the defect. And is this just an overall picture of the front of the jacket?
Yes.
And is this a close-up of a defect in the jacket?
Yes.
Dr. Bowman, in your expert medical opinion, what was the cause of Mr. Paul Trepini's death?
Stab wound of the chest.
And can you tell the jury the manner of his death?
Homicide.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Bowman, when you say homicide, you mean that it's not a suicide and not death by natural causes? Is that what a homicide is?
That's correct.
And I was under the impression Mr. Beathard was more like 6'1". How do you get that 70 inches? Or do you actually measure, or do you get that from a driver's license?
We measure the decedents when they come to our office.
And do you weigh them?
Yes.
And the alcohol in Mr. Beathard's system, that's slightly below what we'd call DUI per se. Do you know that? The legal limit for driving?
I was told just earlier that the legal limit of driving was 0.08. Yes.
Okay. And that would translate into lightly intoxicated, not, shouldn't drive, but lightly. Is that about right?
That's beyond the scope of my expertise.
And the stab wound, Mr. Beathard's stab wound was reapproximated to 6.5 centimeters, and that's about 2.5 inches.
Yes.
Can I have my autopsy report
For
Mr. Beathard?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Beathard had ketamine administered by EMTs. Is that correct?
Yes, by medical personnel.
And Mr. Trepini was 6 feet and 215 pounds. Is that correct?
72 inches and 215 pounds. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And he was well muscled.
Well nourished.
And he had abrasions on his left hand, a smaller abrasion. Is that correct? A 0.5 centimeter faint curvilinear abrasion.
That's correct.
And excuse me, on the right hand, a larger abrasion, correct?
A 0.7 by 0.5 centimeter abrasion and a 0.5 by 0.2 abrasion.
Okay, and you took a picture of that, didn't you?
Yes.
Put it in your record. Let's see. If I could pass this to the witness. And my question, Dr. Bowman, is that Mr. Trepini's right hand?
Yes, it is.
And it shows that abrasion on the knuckles?
Yes.
Okay. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 50. You just have to follow that back to your side.
Thank you.
And Mr. Trepini had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.167.
That's correct.
And he was also positive for Delta 9 THC.
That's correct.
which is evidence of recent marijuana use.
It's an active metabolite.
Metabolite.
I'm sorry, active ingredient.
Active ingredient, but one of those is a metabolite, correct?
Yes, let me tell you.
Okay.
The 11-hydroxy delta 9 THC is the active metabolite.
Okay, delta 9. But delta 9 THC is the active ingredient. And pharmacologically, it's a depressant and has reality. Is that correct?
It can.
And alcohol can cause effects such as impaired judgment.
It can.
And for, if I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Trepini, the stab wound to the chest has a minimum depth of at least 2 centimeters.
That's correct.
And that's less than an inch.
That's correct.
And on the lower back stab wound, that's a minimum of 4 centimeters.
That's correct.
And that's less than 2 inches.
That's correct.
5 centimeters would be more or less 2 inches, correct?
That's correct.
And we made that picture an exhibit, I believe. And that's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
The photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Bowman, I'm handing you back exhibit number 50, which has already been introduced. I'm handing you back what has previously been introduced into evidence as exhibit number 50. And I'm also handing you a photograph of Mr. Paul Trepini. Could you look at that photograph and see whether or not you see any injuries in that photograph?
I don't testify to photographs that I don't take.
Okay. Could you look at exhibit number 50 and tell us what injury you see in exhibit number 50?
Yes, there are abrasions on the right hand.
Okay. And can you look at the photograph that I've just handed you and see whether or not there are marks in the same places as you see in exhibit number 50?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would offer that photograph identification only.
Okay. That's the photograph of Mr. Trepini?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that, if you could pass both photographs to Ms. Adams. That's 51. 51 for RV only.
May I ask another question?
Were you finished, General? Were you finished?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Bowman, the picture of Mr. Trepini's right hand, you thought that injury was significant enough to take a picture, correct?
Yes.
That was your decision.
I document injuries.
Thank
Yes.
Okay. Anything to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Bowman, if you could pass both of those autopsy reports to Ms. Adams and you can step down. Dr. Stepper, just step it down. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I get a-
While we're waiting on our next witness, we'll be using the overhead for his testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Should I approach?
Okay, I'm sorry, General, your next witness is?
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Paul Trepini.
Dr. Paul Trepini. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
I'm Paul D. Trapeni Jr.,
Okay, and is your first name Paul?
Paul. Last name is Trapeni.
Are you Paul Trepini III's father?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you all have season tickets to Titans games?
We do.
Can you tell the jury, describe the area that you sit when you go to the Titans games?
We're actually in section 131 on the lower level. And we sit all the way back to the back wall. And there's actually an overhang, about 7-foot overhang, cement overhang above us.
And can you describe what the overhang is? Like what material is it?
It's kind of like a congregate type of cement type of material. You know, it's very abrasive type of material.
Did you and your son go to a Titans game the week before he died?
I believe it's approximately a week before.
Okay. And when the Titans score, is there something that your son would frequently do?
Well, and besides myself too.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, usually when we score, and when we do score, we usually are standing up, and we forget about the 7-foot overhang. We just go, all right. It's like, all right. And we scratch our knuckles.
Okay. And if I could retrieve exhibit number 51, which was offered for identification only, and if we could hand that to Dr. Trepini, please. Dr. Trepini, can you look at this photograph and tell the jury whether or not that was taken a couple of months back in October before Paul Trepini III passed away?
I believe it was October.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it taken at a Titans game?
It was taken at a Titans game.
Was it taken at a Titans game after he had celebrated and put his hands up in the air?
Yes. I actually got them tickets, him and his girlfriend.
And do you see injuries on your son's hands?
Yes, his knuckles.
His knuckles. And are those the type of injuries that he would get when he would stand up and cheer?
Yes. Yes.
And can you tell the jury whether or not he stood up and cheered at the Titans game the week before he passed away?
Yes, he did. And after it happened, I told him he should have known better than that.
Your Honor,
It happened quite often.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll offer exhibit 51 into evidence and ask to publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Now you can have a seat. That's the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Ms. Adams, Hunter.
Thank you. And does that appear to be on his right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, those are my questions for Dr. Trepini.
Okay, thank you. You can pass the photo up, Mr. Court, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you step down, please? 51 will now be moved into evidence. All right, so stay ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is
Lynette Mays.
And if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Lynette Mace,
And could you spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
Lynnette.
Where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department, Forensic Services, Crime Scene Investigation.
And what is your position with Forensic Services?
I'm a crime scene investigator, level 3.
And how long have you been in that position?
16 years.
And did you assist with processing any items or evidence related to the homicide of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trepini?
I did.
And specifically, did you assist Detective Beathard with photographs and other items of processing related to Mr. Michael Moseley?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you were called in to assist Detective Beathard?
Christmas Day of 2019.
And do you recall specifically about what time of day that was?
I can look for you.
Would it help if you
That's okay.
reviewed your report?
Yeah. For 1649, arrived at booking at 1700 hours, so 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And I have a set of 10 photographs that have been pre-labeled A through J. If I can ask that these be handed to the witness. And once you receive those, if you could take a look at them and then let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And are those photographs that you took of Mr. Moseley and other items on that December 25th, 2019?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, 52 A through J. And this is, if we can get the computer to come up, and I apologize to the court. I should have made that request. I wanted to make sure that Mr. Cullen was aware of the photos that we were showing. And an image will pop up on your screen, and then it's probably going to blink and go away. If you can just let me know when it stays there.
It's here.
Okay. 52A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So this is a photo work order. This basically just is a synopsis of what we're going to photograph before we photograph it.
And this is what you completed related to the images of Mr. Moseley.
Correct.
This is 52B. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's just a full body shot of Mr. Moseley.
Which I just realized this photograph is not oriented correctly, so I am going to move this.
There you
I
go.
would assume that you would have taken a picture of his entire body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is 52B. And this is 52C. Can you describe what's shown in that image?
Just a standard face shot.
And part of this, would you be documenting any injuries if found?
I would.
And did you observe any injuries to Mr. Moseley's face?
No.
And 52C, can you describe what is shown here?
Just him turning around the backside of him.
And 52D, can you describe what is shown here?
His hands, top parts of his hands.
And 52E?
Palm side up.
And 52F?
This is a laceration to Mr. Moseley's right hand between his thumb and index finger in the webbing of his hand.
And 52G?
Okay, that same hand, there's a nick on the outside of his index finger, right where it meets the palm.
And this is 52H.
So this is a receipt, obviously written for general sessions 2 days prior for $750.
And was this an item that was found on his person or in his belongings?
I believe it was found in his belongings.
And 52I?
Another handwritten note with the attorney's name and telephone number.
And again, this was found in Mr. Moseley's belongings. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
And when you were taking those photographs, what, if anything else, did you do to process Mr. Moseley's person?
With a search warrant, I took buccal swabs for DNA.
And can you describe what a buccal swab is?
So a buccal swab is basically just a set of swabs that they run on the inside of your cheek to collect DNA.
And I have passed an item to be handed to you. If you can take a look at it when you receive it and let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what item is that?
So this is a set of buccal swabs taken from Michael Moseley, set number 1. I take 2 sets at 17:32 hours.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 53. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, cross-examination.
No questions, John.
Thank you so much, officer. Thank you. Oh, okay, stay ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Patrick Wells.
Patrick Wells.
And we will use the computer for this.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
afternoon, Mr. Wells. Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Timothy Patrick Wells. And then you want me to spell it?
Yeah.
TimothyPatrickWells.
Okay. Everybody, even though your first name is Timothy, everybody calls you Patrick. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. 24, born and raised in Franklin. Went to Furman University, went to BGA. Yeah.
What year did you graduate BGA?
2016.
And are you still friendly with your friend group, friend BGA?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
do y'all sometimes get together around the holidays?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all get together around the holidays back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of the people who is in your friend group Clayton Beathard?
Yes, ma'am.
And how well did you know Mr. Beathard?
Very well. One of my best friends. I know him very, very well.
How long had you known him?
I'd known him since freshman year. We became close freshman year, and then stayed that way through sophomore, junior, senior, the first couple of years of college. Yeah.
Can you describe him?
Yeah. Just larger than life guy. I mean, smile anytime he walked into a room. I mean, just the smile just lit it up, and everybody knew who Clay was. Everybody respected Clay, liked Clay. He's well known at BGA and was, a well-known guy in terms of all of our friends and all of us, for sure.
Was he ever known as a bully or somebody who would start fights?
No.
Was he ever known as somebody who would egg fights on?
No.
And did you ever know him to carry a weapon?
No.
Did you know Paul Trepini?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how well you knew him?
Yeah. Much like Clay, I met Paul and got to get close to him freshman year of BGA. Very similar to Clay in terms of just larger than life people. Like anytime that they walked into a room, anytime that they were around, it was just, the attention gravitated to them just because of how funny they were, how nice they were, how they were just great people. And every time that they were around, that was just how they were.
Did you ever know him to be a bully or somebody who would start fights?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever know him to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever know him to be someone who would egg on a fight or encourage people to fight?
No, ma'am.
Are you friends with Sam Folks?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury whether or not he's the type of person who starts fights?
No.
Is he the type of person that carries a weapon?
No.
And is he the type of person who encourages fights?
No.
Do you know AJ Bethurum?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about AJ Bethurum?
Yeah. He's a good old boy is what I'd say. He's a little bit country, but like AJ or like Paul and Clay, I've known AJ since freshman year at BGA. He's not as loud or as outspokenly funny as Clay and Paul. He's a little bit more reserved, but he's got his own way of just being a good guy, being a country boy, and just caring about other people in that way too.
Is he the kind of guy that would pick a fight with anybody?
No.
Is he the type of person who would encourage somebody to fight?
No, absolutely not.
And have you ever seen him carry a weapon?
No.
Do you know Wilson Mccullough?
Yes.
What type of person is Wilson Mccullough?
Similar to AJ in terms of reserved a little bit more, but an awesome guy. Very kind, very, very funny, like Paul and like Clay in that respect. But yeah, a good person for sure.
Would he ever do anything to hurt Emma Yoder?
No.
And is he the type of person who would start a fight or encourage a fight?
No.
I want to call your attention back to December 20th of 2019. Did you all get together over at Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe for the jury what the mood was when y'all were there?
It was just good to have everybody back together. I think all of us, just wrapped up the semester of school, and so we're all getting together before Christmas, and just wanting to see each other and wanting to be together. And like I said earlier, we're a really tight knit group of people. We stayed that way ever since graduation from high school, and so the mood was excited that everyone's here again together. Everyone's back, and that we're able to have some fun in terms of just being around each other again after all the memories they had in high school.
Did you all have some drinks when you were at Mr. McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember what you had to drink or how much you had to drink that night?
Just a couple. I mean, we were drinking beer, and just it was just a night together, just a couple beers.
And Your Honor, for the record, we're going to start playing exhibit number 11, file 11.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to go with your friend group to the Dogwood Bar in Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe the mood once you got there?
Mood in terms of our friend group?
Yeah.
We're carrying over that same attitude that we had when we were getting together at the McCulloughs, and just everyone, happy to be together, happy to see each other and to just kind of be in each other's company again.
Okay. And we've got playing on the screen right next to you video that was taken in the bar area of Dogwood. Do you recognize your friend group in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you touch the screen and point out your friends that you recognize?
You want me to point them out on here?
Yeah, just touch the screen and say who they are.
Okay. We got me and Paul back here in the back.
Okay.
We got Clay right here.
Okay.
We got, can't tell because of the backs, but I'm pretty sure this is David.
Okay.
We got Emma Wilson right here.
Okay.
And then I think Sam's right here.
Okay. All right. And while you were at the bar that night, did you hear anybody start any fights with anybody or threaten anybody?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of anybody saying anything ugly to any other patron at the bar?
No.
Did there come a time when you all decided to leave?
Yes.
And was that around closing time?
Yes. Yeah.
Had any of you driven to the bar?
No.
Okay. And so were y'all going to get Ubers when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that because y'all had been drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have anything additional to drink after you got to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how much did you have to drink and what were you drinking?
It was beer. And, I just, like I said, just all of us being together and being in that company of spending time with each other. I was just wanting to have some beers with them. I wasn't, thinking of counting, or I wasn't, thinking of that regard, but, wasn't an egregious or crazy amount.
Okay. Did you drink so much that it affects your ability to tell the jury what happened and what you remember happening that night?
No.
And if you could look at your screen and tell us who all you can see milling around at this point.
Yeah, we got Paul back here in the back. Got Campbell, Clay, Wilson, Emma, Sam, AJ, myself, and David. And then here's Paul.
can stop this video, and if we could put up the video that is in folder number 10. I'm showing you video of the stairway. Did you notice anything unusual happen on the stairway?
No, ma'am.
And did you notice anything unusual happen at the top of the stairway
No, ma'am.
when y'all were about to leave?
I don't remember seeing anything like that. I was kind of behind everybody. I believe we were the last people to leave the bar, if I'm not mistaken. And so I was kind of just taking my time, making sure that all of us were getting out. And I was kind of, I guess, bringing up the caboose.
Okay.
So I don't remember seeing that.
And speaking of bringing up the caboose, do you recognize yourself in the video here?
Yes, that's me and David.
Okay. Is this David?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if we can show Exhibit 11, Video 12. Have you had an opportunity to look at this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you could watch this video and narrate what you see happening.
So Sam, Campbell, AJ, and Emma just walked out. And this group of people are trying to walk through. He's bumping Emma, pushing Emma, and then, yeah, that.
Okay. Do you recognize that as Sam Folks being hit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There comes David.
Okay. And is this you coming out the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got out there, can you describe for the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so as I was coming out of the door right there, I kind of just got through that little part and heard a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. And then as I kind of got right to where that pole was, I looked up and I saw this is like just a large group of people just kind of just swirling. It was like just like a tornado of people out there in the street. And so I started to run, and I saw Phoebe get knocked over and was on the ground. So I ran over there. I picked her up. Was trying to make sure she was okay because she got like her bell rung because she got knocked down pretty hard. And so was checking on her, trying to make sure she was okay. And then I got her to the side. And at that point, that same kind of like just swirl of people had moved to the opposite side of the street, like a sidewalk area. And that's when I ran over there and AJ had been knocked down. And I picked him up and he obviously was not like looking okay. And so was, talking with him and trying to understand what was going on with him.
Okay, tell me more about your interaction with AJ Bethurum. You said that he had been knocked down. Did you see how he got knocked down?
No, I didn't see how he got knocked down. I just ran over to that group of people because I knew that, my friends were somewhere in there. And when I got over there, I found AJ on the ground and picked him up. And when I picked him up, I was looking at him and he had blood coming out of his head. And I couldn't tell how much it was because his hand was kind of covering it up. And so I was trying to look at that and trying to understand what exactly the extent of that was. And his I don't know, he just looked like discombobulated, just like he'd been like knocked down. And I didn't realize the extent of what had happened at the time, but it looked like it was bad, but not, as bad as it was.
Mm-hmm. And what did you do after you had that interaction with Mr. Bethurum?
I was kind of checking on him, making sure that he was okay, talking through with him, what just happened, trying to talk with him because when I ran out there, they were already going at it. And, I wasn't really getting much of an answer from him because he was, in a state of just, from what I remember, I don't truly remember that exact conversation, but, he'd been knocked down pretty hard. And so was kind of talking to him about that. And then I remember my friend Campbell came over and talked to us about what had happened in terms of where our other friends were. And so after that, I left with AJ to over there.
Okay. And for the record, I want to play Exhibit 11, Folder 6. Have you had an opportunity to review this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you see yourself in the video, can you let us know?
Yes, ma'am.
And while we're waiting for that portion of the video to play, can you tell the jury whether or not you were able to see when Paul Trepini and Clay Beathard were hurt?
Like the moment that they got hurt?
Yeah, were you able to see the moment that they got hurt?
No, I wasn't able to see that moment.
Okay. And can you tell the jury whether or not you saw anybody with a weapon that night?
No, didn't see anybody with a weapon.
Was there any point while you were experiencing what was going on that night that you felt like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No, ma'am.
And if you can look at the screen now and let us know when you see yourself.
That's me running. Because
Do you need us to back up just a little bit?
if you don't mind, yeah. Sorry, that those lights are kind of hard to deal with. Pretty sure that's me running right here.
Okay.
Because I think this is right when Debbie gets knocked down. Yeah, right here. Sorry, I know.
That's
I
okay.
put 3 arrows on there.
And if we can just go ahead and play it and tell the jury what you see yourself doing. And
Yeah, so she got knocked down, and I'm making sure that she's okay because she's got her bell rung pretty good. And then I was starting to move over here to see what the heck's going on with my friends over here.
so,
And I just see people on the ground, and because I thought I saw AJ go down, and so that's me with AJ. Sorry, I'll put a better arrow with the hat.
so you were pretty close up to the portion that happened in the middle of the street and across the street. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you never saw anybody with a weapon?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see any of your friends either threaten or try to do serious bodily injury to anybody?
No.
At some point, did you become aware that Clay Beathard had been stabbed?
Only after the fact of when I was with AJ, because when I picked up AJ, and obviously he didn't look right at all, I was focused on trying to understand what had happened with him. And then I think it was Campbell at that point later on came and was like, hey, like, we need to come over here. Like, Clay and Paul are seriously injured.
And once your friend, Mr. Parker, told you that, what did you do?
I believe that me and AJ walked across the street over there, or that I got Campbell, or I got AJ with Campbell, and then ran over there to check on him.
And can you tell the jury what you saw?
in terms of when I ran across the street.
What you saw when you saw your friends injured.
Yeah. Just ran across the street and Clay was on one portion of the sidewalk and Paul was on the kind of like on the corner. They were both on the corner. And so there was people huddled around both of them and they were both on the ground. And yeah, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. And they were just struggling. And so it was just us kind of there trying to see what was going on and what exactly had happened. And people were applying pressure to wounds. Lots of yelling, lots of people trying to find out if people had called 911 where the ambulance was. It was a tough situation.
Mr. Wells, given the way your night started and given how much fun y'all were having in the bar, did you ever in a million years think your night went in like that?
No.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Mr. Wells, how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
Are you significantly taller than, or were you significantly taller than Mr. Bethard?
No, we used to joke with each other about who's taller, but I think we both were just right at 6 foot.
Right at 6 feet. So 5'10" doesn't sound right to you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. I've been measured before, but you know, people like to think that they're taller than they actually are. I mean, truth be told, I don't know. Me and Clay right at 6 foot. I don't.
Okay. All right. And you weighed about 200 pounds December 2019?
Yes.
You were a 3-year starter in the class of 2016 football team at BGA?
Yes.
And you were a captain your senior year?
Yes.
And was Mr. Trepini also a captain?
Yes.
You later played football at Furman?
Yes.
As a defensive back, special teams guy?
Yes.
And did you play against Clemson in 2018?
Yes.
And that's the year that Clemson went and beat Alabama convincingly for the national championship?
Yes, sir, but I don't understand how this pertains to this.
Well, what I'm saying is you're capable of caretaking Miss Falver is going to be my point. So to answer your question. And what time did you arrive at Mr. McCullough's house?
I couldn't give you an exact time. I'm not one to always be checking my watch or I mean, I don't have a watch on my phone.
Okay. And that night you were wearing a sort of bold black and red shirt. Let me, if I may use the overhead. You're difficult to identify on most videos, so it's good to have one picture. Is that you, Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to write Wells below your feet there, so the jury can identify you easily. And And let's see if you can identify yourself in this picture. Is that Miss Falver right there?
It's kind of hard to tell. I thought it was pretty blurry. And could you move it maybe for the glare?
Well,
I don't know.
I might just hand it to you whatever, or raise this up, maybe it'll come out a little clearer. It looks like, well, if that is in fact you, Mr. Welch, you had your left arm around Miss Favre's shoulder.
I mean, I can't. The video is better because it's clear. I can't tell with that.
Well, if I may just hand this to you for a minute and you look at it, you know, your vision's okay.
I wear contacts.
Okay. But you got them in.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I can't. This is hard. I can't tell. I really,
If you can't tell, that's fine.
I really can't tell. I'm sorry. Check it back.
Thank you so much. But anyway, you and Mr. Bates, the last two of your group to leave the Dogwood Bar,
Yes.
and Mr. Bates is ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
And he is a tall guy. He's 6'5". Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how tall he is, but he's tall, a little bit taller than I am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you get out there and you see all the mass confusion, and you see Miss Favre go down on the asphalt. Is that correct?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I saw the giant swirl of people, and I saw her get knocked down, and so I ran over to her and picked her up.
Okay.
I was checking on her.
And you were in the near lane of Division Street, or closer to the Dogwood when that happened?
It was like in the video, it was just right in the middle of the road. I don't know.
Right in the middle of the lane or the road?
I mean, it's just right there.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's good. And Mr. Bates, David Bates, well, actually, did you see Miss Favre and Mr. Mccullough kind of go down at the same time, or did you actually see that happen?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Mr. Mccullough goes down and Miss Favre go down to the asphalt at about the same time. Did you actually see that happen?
In terms of like what I saw,
go ahead. I apologize.
It's okay. I saw like the giant like swirl of people, and then I saw a male push and knock her down because she was easier to see than Wilson. She had like the blonde hair, so it was just easier to see that. So I saw her get knocked down and picked her up.
Okay. And you help her up, and did you see where David Bates goes at that point?
No.
And you have a good memory of the events of that night, correct?
I mean, I don't know how to answer.
Well,
good memory.
You're not having trouble remembering what you did, are you?
Remembering what I personally did?
Yes, sir.
And as far as like what we've talked about,
what happened, and who went where, and
I mean, I don't know how to compare that with anything. Like,
okay. Well, if some people don't have much memory of the evening, were there some of your classmates who were significantly more intoxicated than you?
I mean, like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's not like we were doing a competition to see who could get the drunkest, or it wasn't like anything like that. It was just a group of us getting together to celebrate all being around each other again and having some beers. It wasn't It wasn't like all of us focusing on getting intoxicated.
Well, and you may have overdone it. Is that fair to say?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So.
Well, let's see. Well, I'm going to offer this photo of Ms. Wells' exhibit. And then I'm going to show you, let's see, I'm going to pass two more from 24425 and 24443. We're actually going to put them up here.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Porter?
I'm sorry, I'm getting ready to use the overhead again after
Okay, I
that
think it's
exhibit's
on.
marked.
Okay,
Okay.
it's on.
And Mr. Wells, this is the second floor stair top camera at 2:44:25 a.m. And that's you right there in the middle?
Yeah.
I'm going to put a PW that marks you. And is this woman, is that Ms. Yoder?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and David Bates?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I think so.
And Paul Trepini?
Yeah, I think so. He was playing a quarter game, so yeah.
And Al Bethurum?
I can't tell.
Now we got another picture, 244:43. This is just slightly a little later. And you see yourself there?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Trepini there?
I can't tell from as far away as that is.
All right. Al Bethurum?
I can't tell.
Okay. All right, we'll make that an exhibit. Mr. Wells?
55.
By 2:44 a.m., you and Mr. Trepini and Mr. Bethurum were pretty intoxicated. Is that correct?
I don't object to asked and answered. He's answered the question about whether or not he's been drinking several times. He's already corrected Mr. Quillen, saying that he hadn't overdone it. He had just had a couple of beers.
We've kind of been through that, Mr. Porter.
Well, I would ask to play a video.
Okay.
Defendant ID number 11. Click it, please.
It's not ready yet, Mr. Porter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it's ready now.
All righty. And that's you, Mr. Wells?
Yeah.
And here you stumble. And yet you have no memory problems. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Connor, if you could be given a chance to answer the question.
Yeah, you didn't ask. I think the question was, he identified that is himself, but I guess pretty much, I don't know if it was a question or commentary.
Well,
Obviously, if it's commentary, you can't make commentary, but it was your question, did he stumble?
There's always a question mark after my
Okay. The question was, did you stumble?
Yeah, I didn't know you asked the question. Just kind of said that.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'm wearing
And
boots.
that's on the, okay.
Do you
Go
want
ahead,
me to
explain.
answer it? So I'm wearing boots right there, and those are a little bit elevated. So it's not exactly like I'm wearing like tennis shoes where it's easy to keep balance and all that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And regarding you and Mr. Bethurum and Mr. Trepini, you engaged in sort of locker room horseplay
Yeah,
that
I mean,
evening?
like I was saying earlier, we're just all really close friends, all just hanging out. We like to, kind of mess with each other. So
And that involved acts of physical aggression,
What do you mean?
pushing, shoving, testicle slapping.
I mean, just honestly, it was just me and Paul and Clay just kind of just messing around with each other.
Let's play DFTID 10, please. $244.15. And I believe, Mr. Wells, you come out to the center. Push Mr. Bethurum. Then come and slap Mr. Trepini in the privates. He takes his revenge. Thank you. We'll offer that as an exhibit.
And just so that I'm clear, were you intending to offer the previous video?
Yes, but what we got, let's see, that's numbers 11 and 10, Your Honor.
So DFTID 11 is number 56? Is that what you have? And then, and I'm sorry, which ID number is this, Mr. Quillen? Mr. Quillen, what is the most recent video that you just showed?
That was 11, Your Honor.
No, 11 was Mr. Wells, Mr. Wells coming.
He said it was 10.
Okay.
So did I- let me look.
All right.
Oh, yes, the original is 10.
All right, that'll be number 57.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
All right, anything to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Mr. Wells, were you acting aggressive towards your friends that night?
No.
You said that y'all are close friends. Is that just the way y'all horse around?
Yeah. I mean, I've known all those guys for a long time, and so we just like to, mess around with each other and just, I
Was
don't
anybody
really-
mad at each other?
No. I
Were you
don't-
trying to
no.
hurt anybody?
No.
Was anybody trying to hurt you?
No.
Did anybody take it that way? Like anybody
No,
was fighting
no.
or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No. We were all we're comfortable enough to do that with each other because as close as we were, it wasn't anything extra or anything, added on about it. It was just between us three, and it was just us just messing with each other. It was just fun.
Okay. And did y'all typically do stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did y'all do it to be funny with each other?
Yeah. Yeah, it might not be funny to everybody, but
was
between
funny.
us, it was funny. So
It may not have been funny to throw a quarter around on table either
exactly
to everybody.
right. Yeah, just going around flipping coins in a bar, but yeah, exactly. We like to just have fun with each other, and not really much else to it, honestly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Watch your step as you're stepping
Yep.
down, please. Y'all need a break or you want to keep going? Anybody need a break? No, all right. Your next witness,
Judge, the next witness is David Bates.
David Bates.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Bates, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, David Randall Bates.
And what was your middle name?
Randall. Yeah.
Could
you want me to
spell
spell
that
it?
for the court reporter, just so that we have a clear record?
Gotcha. Randall.
And Mr. Bates, how old are you?
I am 23, about to be 24.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up here in Franklin, local native, born and raised.
And where did you attend school when you were in grade school and high school?
I attended CPA, Christ Presbyterian Academy. It's a school that borders the Davidson County area, a little south. Went there from 8th grade up until I graduated. Yeah.
And during that time, did you have friends that went to BGA?
I did. So in 8th grade, we, me, Patrick, and a bunch of our friends from public school, we all decided to transfer out to different private schools throughout the area. I decided to go to CPA. Him and a couple of our other buddies decided to go to BGA.
And when you're referring to Patrick, are you referring to Patrick Wells?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Patrick Wells. And so throughout his tenure at BGA, he introduced me to a bunch of his friend group that he got there. And because there's more than just Patrick there from our public school together that went there, I also got introduced to a bunch of different people throughout multiple grades there. And I also got held back going into prep CPA. So I was in 8th grade whenever all of them were in 9th grade. So they graduated a year before me. And so I graduated in 2017 and they graduated in 2016.
Okay. And as part of that friend group of Mr. Wells that went to BGA, was Clayton Beathard one of those people that you were friends with?
100%, yes.
And when did you meet Mr. Beathard?
I met Mr. Beathard, Clay, about 8th grade year, my 8th grade, their 9th grade year, just through mutual friends of friends, like I said. It was very casual how we met, and it just formed, a good relationship throughout the course of high school.
And did you continue to be friends with Mr. Beathard after graduating from high school?
I did, yes.
And what did you do after high school?
After high school, I pursued my athletic career as a baseball player. I went to Vanderbilt to start out my first year of athletic endeavors, and it wasn't what I imagined and thought it would be. And so came to an agreement and decided to transfer out and go the JUCO route, junior college. And from junior college, I got recruited to Tulane University, which is in New Orleans. And from there, I finished out my junior and senior year, graduated with a degree in mathematics. And yeah.
And what do you do now?
I currently work at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I've been working there ever since January 3rd of this past year. And so, yeah, it's been awesome.
And you said that you played baseball. Is that right? Did you play any other sport?
I played football in high school for a brief amount of time, probably about a year. But after that first year of high school football, I decided to kind of put all my eggs in one basket and try to go the baseball route.
And this might seem like an odd question, but how tall are you?
I am 6'5".
Okay. And during that time when you're in high school, are you also friends with Paul Trepini?
Yes.
And can you describe your friendship with Mr. Trepini?
Yeah. Paul was easily one of the most goofy, silly guys ever, but also had that tender portion of his heart where he could come to earth and talk to you about some real stuff if you ever were, having some troubles. So I know for me, me and him opened up about some things that I'm very grateful that we got to be a part of and share together.
And did you also know Sam Folks?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And can you describe Sam Folks?
Yeah, he's equally as goofy. He's very, very dedicated, loves his friends, very loyal to his family, and would never hurt a soul.
And what about Wilson Mccullough? Did you know him?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Can you describe him?
Yeah, Wilson is the same way too. He's a little bit more, I would say, to himself with people that he doesn't know as much, but once he's around people that he's very comfortable with, you can really see him kind of get outside of that shell a little bit. And it's he's also one of these people are the most loyal friends that you could ever ask for. They're, they'll have your back, and that's, yeah.
And kind of going back to Mr. Beathard, Is he the type of person, did you ever know him to start a fight?
Never, no.
And is that something, have you ever seen him egg a fight on?
Complete opposite, no.
Which, kind of taking your attention to that December 2019, did you go to Wilson McCullough's house that night?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what was the mood when you were at the McCullough's?
It was amazing. So, like I said, I went to a different high school. I went to a different college from all these people. So, I'd actually just gotten finished working out at the gym and called Patrick Wells and said, "Hey, man, like, I'm trying to hang out tonight. What are you guys up to?" And he's like, "Hey, come over to Wilson's house. Like, it's a bunch of us. We're getting together, just, you know, having a good time." So, I rushed on over there because I was excited to see all my friends. And it was immediately just everyone catching up, having just, you know, smiles just throughout the whole room. Because, I mean, that's one thing about Paul and Clay is that whenever they're there and, you know, they're influencing people around you and just talking to you, that it's automatic smiles. So.
And did you have anything to drink when you were at the McCullough's?
Yes, I did. I believe I had some, I think it was Mccullough.
And after you were at the McCullough's, what, if anything, happened at that point?
After we left the Mccullough's, we went to some bars in Midtown. It was my first time ever going to these bars before. I hadn't been to Nashville for a substantial amount of time in a while. And so, this portion of Nashville, the bars were just now like being brought up. It was just getting advertised and I had never been there. So I was like, of course, like, let's go to these bars downtown. And, you know, it just added to the whole atmospheres of us having a good time, because for me, I'd never been there. It was so exciting just being with my friends that I hadn't seen in months. And that's just it. That encapsulates the whole night.
And at some point, did y'all end up at the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am, we did. I don't know at what point, though.
Not exactly what time.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And I'm going to ask to show this witness what is previously introduced Exhibit 11 in file folder 11. Which Mr. Bates is going to take a second for the image to come up. You'll see it, and it's probably going to blink away, and then it'll come back. It should stay at that point. You can just let me know when it comes back in a second. I'm not sure if your screen's out there.
I think it's
back
out.
for the second time now. Do you see yourself in this image?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And could you touch the screen and point to where you are?
Yes, this is me right here.
And do you remember kind of what was going on at this point in the game?
I believe at this point that's Emma Yoder to my left, AJ to my right, and then one of my high school buddies to his immediate right, and then to his right is Sam Folks, and we're all just catching up, talking to each other. I'm not too sure about what, but it seems like it's just very friendly banter and going back and forth like that.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Are you able to see your group here in this image?
Yes, ma'am. This is me right here.
At any time, did you think that anything negative was occurring, or is it still the same good fun time with friends?
Oh, it's still the same good time with friends. I mean, you can see me smiling, laughing with Paul right there. Like, it's nothing but just good times and just good vibes.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit further. Do you see yourself here?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, at any point, did you have any idea that anything other than good times was going on?
Nothing but good times. Nothing but good times. I mean, just watching this right now makes me happy.
Which, Mr. Bates, did you think anything out of the ordinary was going on at this point?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. It was the typical bar closing down, lights turning on, music shutting off time of the night. It's me and one of the security guards talking right there. It was just nothing but you know, normal close to the night. We're about to Uber back home, and you know, nothing out of the ordinary at all.
But you kind of have your back turned to the group and fist bump with the security guard, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to show you what was previously introduced, exhibit number 11 and folder 10. And I am going to skip ahead a little bit. If you can let me know when you recognize anything.
Like anyone. Yeah, so that's Wilson walking down the stairs first with Clay behind him and Paul touching Clay's arm right there. I believe that that's Sam coming down now in between Paul and Clay with Emma behind Paul.
Turn your phones off, please.
And then AJ behind Emma. They're walking out right now. And Campbell Parker right here with Thoby Fowler following behind him. At the time, I did not know who these people were, but obviously now I do. And then this is me right here at the top of the stairs.
And do you recall this moment?
Yeah, I actually do.
What are you doing right here?
So the gentleman in front of me, I don't know who that was, but he was waving goodbye to someone at the bar, and they waved bye to him back. And I don't know if you remember, like, just the Simpsons cartoon episode of, you know, just waving bye to people as you're walking down the stairs, you know, just like that. I mean, that captures the essence of the night right there. Like, it was the end of the night, and I was just like, all right, bye, everyone. Y'all have a good night. See you tomorrow. You know, like that.
Is that kind of an example of you being a little silly?
Yes, ma'am.
And I am going to show you now what is previously introduced, exhibit number 11, and this is in folder 7, which you can describe what, if anything, you recognize.
So I believe at this point, around sometime at this point, you see me open up the doors, run out. This is me right here. I had seen the punches being thrown. I saw just people getting shoved into one another, people that weren't in the fight getting, you know, knocked around a little bit. And so my first instinct was to run out there, see if my friends were involved. If they were, pull them out of the fight, because A, I don't want them to do something to themselves and get injured, and B, I don't want them to have any repercussions like following this event that would possibly have anything, you know, consequential further down the line.
Which you testified that you were currently like playing college sports at the time, and was Mr. Bethard also playing sports?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And were several of your friends playing college sports at the time?
Yes, ma'am, Patrick Wells and Sam Folks.
And can you describe, are there any repercussions as a college athlete if you are involved in physical altercations?
Yes, immense. And so for me, and I know for others as well, that whenever you go home for a break, especially summer break or winter break, where they're a lot longer than your typical, like, a couple days home kind of deal, the coaches make a clear effort and a point to you that do not mess up, like, don't get into any trouble, don't get into anything that you shouldn't be getting into, because you have a team that is counting on you and supporting you, and that, like, is going to hold you accountable. And also, if you slip up bad enough, it could have repercussions of you're kicked off the team, you can't come back to the university, you may not even be welcome to step foot back on campus, depending on how bad it could be.
And you've already testified that Mr. Bethard is not the type of person to pick a fight, but would you expect him to be involved in any type of altercation unless he felt it was necessary?
Never. I mean, he was one of the hardest working people I knew. And for him to just throw away all of that hard work that he spent his entire life building on for just one little fight, it doesn't make sense to me for him to do that now.
And you just pointed to yourself running out. So I'm going to hit play, and if you can just describe what, if anything, you remember.
So in the moment, I see that a couple of my friends are involved in there, and you can see me run. I think that's Wilson, I believe, that gets knocked down, and I just pull him aside, keep him and a couple of my other friends kind of just like crowd controlled over there to the side as well as I could. And you can, so this is me at the very top right there with Wilson to my left and Campbell Parker to my right, or right in front of me. And at this point, I think that my back is turned to the whole fight. So I think that I've got most of my friends. I'm coming over to talk to them, make sure everything's okay. And I really had no clue the severity of the situation. And as you can see, Clay's running back right there towards me. And I had no clue at all that anything had happened until I saw both of their shirts covered in blood. And that's when I knew that this wasn't just a typical pushing and shoving fight where it's someone just got upset at another person. This was a lot more than just that.
And Mr. Bates, it appears that you are standing right there when Clay Beathard runs across the street. Do you remember that moment?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I do.
Can you describe kind of what you saw and what happened in that moment?
Yeah. I remember seeing both of them run over pretty close in tandem, one after the other. And I remember Paul's shirt looked significantly more bloody just because he had that coat that could open up. And so immediately my focus kind of went towards Paul right there, and they're laying very close to each other on the ground. And so I did the only thing that I knew what I could do to help. I called 911, and immediately, I believe I called them very, very shortly before that portion right there where they're on the ground. 911 was directing me, trying to get directions of, okay, where on the street are they? Where are they closest to? Stuff like that. And so I was directing them for a good portion of that. And then
when you called 911, did they tell you immediately how to help?
Not immediately, but probably during the middle of the call, yes. They were like, once they got in the location narrowed down, they then told me to find any clean rags that I could and to begin putting pressure on the wounds wherever I could. Just the more pressure, the better. And so I was standing over. I was standing over both of them.
Which, Mr. Bates, is it correct to say that you did not see either one of them get stabbed? Is that right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And did you see any weapons at all when you were out in the street?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you think that weapons should be involved in that shoving kind of fight in that street?
Never. That was the last thing that would cross my mind.
And I know that you said that you saw Mr. Trepini and you saw blood on his shirt. Mm-hmm. How did you know that Clay was stabbed?
You could start to see blood trickle through his sweatshirt as well. It was a little bit thicker material, so it took a little bit more for it to come through, but it very quickly began to seep through, and I could tell the severity of the situation wasn't just the typical, oh, he got punched and he's got a bloody nose or he's cut his eye open. It was way, way more severe than that.
When you saw him, was he able to say anything to you?
No, they weren't. I remember at one point during the call, I tried talking to both Paul and Clay to see if they were responsive. And the most I could get out of Paul was just a little groan. And he'd roll his head over from one side to the other because he couldn't keep it up.
Were you trying to get them to do anything in those moments that you remember?
I was just trying to keep them awake, keep their eyes open, because I just wanted them to keep fighting for their lives as hard as they could.
Did you kind of give them as much encouragement as you could?
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point, did you see AJ?
Yes, I actually did. I didn't know that AJ had been wounded until there was, I believe, 2 ambulances that came and took Paul and Clay off on gurneys. And then all of a sudden, we saw AJ get loaded into a gurney. And no one really knew that AJ had been hurt. I mean, he was covering his eye, but he kept on telling everyone, "Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Like, worry about Clay and Paul. Like, they're more serious than I am," you know? And so whenever they had been taken care of, we finally got to see the severity of what had actually happened to AJ. And I remember AJ was being gurneyed off into the ambulance, and all I was saying was, hang on, AJ. Like, we got you, AJ. We're going to be there. And one of my high school friends had like come and bring me back into the street because I couldn't hear it, but there was a police officer saying, like, if you don't get out of the way, then we're going to have to arrest you. So I was very emotional that night, and wanted to make sure that my friends were okay.
If I can have just one moment. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Bates. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bates, you don't have any problem recalling the events of that night that you saw and heard, do you?
What specifically are you referencing?
Well, I mean, in general, you remember what happened that night, correct?
In general, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you one picture here and ask you to identify yourself.
Mhm.
Take a minute, look overhead. And sir,
Hold on one second.
Sir, you see
Hold on
yourself?
one second. Hold on one
Oh,
second.
he doesn't have it. All right, sir, you see yourself?
Yes, sir.
In the blue, I'm going to put the DB to the right of your knee, back of your knee. And this is Wilson Mccullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put a WM. And in the white, that is Clayton Beathard, correct? Or do you know?
I would not be able to tell from that. No, sir.
All right, now at this point, 248.39, Mr. Mccullough was trying to get back into the fight, is that correct?
He wasn't trying to get back in the fight. I remember he had just gotten knocked down, and I was trying to guide him, kind of since his head was a little bit knocked up, trying to guide him back to where to go. Since obviously you could see some friends of ours, he was just like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Hey, no, get back over here."
And you were just being a good friend to him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll offer that as an exhibit, and I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, anything in redirect? All right, thank you, sir. Watch your step. Just step us out, please. Let me have the attorneys approach for just a second.
ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take just a really short break, stretch your legs. Now, my rule, okay.
All rise.
All right, 5 minutes. Have you had any fever? No nonsense. I mean, I'm still good.
Maybe I can move this trash. Well, we're using it. Mike, you need to come to order, please.
All right, are we ready for Zoom? I'm ready. I'm ready. To Zoom. See if they're about ready. Line them up.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the jury is hearing this trial is back in the courtroom. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mario Rodriguez.
Okay, Mario Rodriguez. Sir, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? see right there, so. And take your face mask off for us while you testify. Thank you so much. Okay.
Would you please state your first name and your last name and spell both of them for the record?
Mariel, Mariel Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
Okay, and do you go by Mario?
And I go by Mario.
Okay. I want to call your attention to December 20th, going into the night of December 21st of 2019. Did you have an occasion to go to the Dogwood Bar?
Just meeting up with friends.
So you did go to the Dogwood Bar with some friends?
Yes.
On that night? Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review some video?
Earlier, yes.
Okay. And were you able to see the vehicle that you were going to leave in that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could look at your screen and see whether or not you can see that vehicle on your screen. And if you can, if you could just touch it.
I think this one.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to play the video right now. And for the record, this is exhibit number 11, folder number 12. Mr. Rodriguez, when you see yourself, can you let us know?
Yeah, I see myself.
Can you point to where you are? Okay. And if we could go ahead and pause right there. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you saw a fight just break out, and obviously from the video, you were standing extremely close to that fight. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury whether or not, right before that fight began, whether or not you heard anything to let you know there was about to be a fight?
I did not.
Okay. Did the fight just kind of start out of nowhere?
Yes.
Okay. And after that fight started, can you tell the jury what actions you took?
I believe I just took a step back and kind of watched the whole thing unfold.
Did you get pushed or pulled in any way?
No.
And did you eventually walk across the street as the fight kind of moved across the street?
Yes.
Once you got across the street, were you able to see whether or not anybody had any weapons?
No.
And you said no, like could you see if there were any weapons, or were there no weapons?
No, I didn't see any weapons.
Okay.
I couldn't see any.
Just to clarify
Right.
that point. Okay. Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you step in, just step it down, please. Thank you. Okay, General, your next witness.
The state's next witness is Benjamin DeBlanc.
Benjamin DeBlanc.
Mr. Gracie, can we go ahead and get the computers going? And I just have it on a black slide, but that way it's all the blinking can happen ahead of time. Would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Could you state your full name for the record?
Benjamin DeBlanc.
Where are you employed?
I am employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory in the Forensic Biology Unit.
And what is your position in the forensic biology unit?
I am a forensic biologist.
And what, I guess, type of work do you do as a forensic biologist at the Metro Crime Lab?
I receive evidence that is submitted to us apart from the police department through our evidence and receiving unit. I then examine that evidence for bodily fluids, including blood and semen. I then take any samples that are needed or required and then extract DNA from that. And then I generate a report to the DNA results.
And so you do DNA analysis on evidence involved in criminal investigations. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been in that position for almost 12 years.
Could you generally describe your educational background and qualifications?
I have a bachelor's of science in biology from Campbell University. Accompanied with that, when I was first hired, I received training in forensic sciences that included testing, oral boards, qualifications, and then I am proficiency tested twice a year. And also anything, and part of my training is I had to do competency testing before going into any casework.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness and testified about forensic biology in the criminal courts?
I have.
And about how many times have you been qualified as an expert witness?
It's around 83 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would proffer Benjamin de Blanc as an expert in forensic biology.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with the previous witness, Mr. LeBlanc is being presented to you as an expert in the area of forensic biology. And as I stated earlier, during the jury charge, I will give you an instruction regarding the way to get into expert testimony.
And I would ask that the witness be handed a document, which is a 5-page document. If you could take a look at the 5-page document that was just handed to you and let me know if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
And were you involved in the forensic testing of the items that are related in that report?
I was not.
And can you describe what involvement you did have?
I was involved in the issuance of this report through what we call the technical review process. Everything that follows and tested through our lab are issued results and a report is written. Another analyst then has to review that data and can come to that conclusion that is presented independently and then basically confirm that that's what the conclusions reach in the report. And then once that's done, the report is then issued.
And is that done for every single, I guess, not necessarily piece of evidence, but every single piece of analysis that the DNA crime lab analyzes?
Yes, that every piece of evidence that is written in a report and data is given, that peer review process is performed.
And so you reviewed the same data that the analyst that signed the report actually reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you did your own independent analysis.
I did.
And at the end of it, you did not issue a report, but did you review this specific report?
I reviewed the data associated with this report and the report itself.
And were your conclusions the same as the conclusions listed in this report?
They were.
And who is the analyst that signed this report?
It would be analyst Lindsay Bennett.
And is she currently with the crime lab?
She is not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the report be introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
Oh, yeah, 59. Does Mr. LeBlanc need to use it for his testimony?
I believe that Mr. DeBlanc has a copy.
Okay.
And I have a digital copy of that report and would like to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Which, Mr. DeBlanc, there should be an image on your screen. Is this page 1 of that 5-page official forensic biology report?
It is.
And can you describe what information is provided on this first page?
Okay. If you look at the top right, or top left, excuse me, you'll see that it is the submitting officer who gave us a written report and requested certain evidence be examined. Below on to the right of that, you'll see the request date, which is when it was received. And then the exam date is when we started the exam. And then the lab case information and the date that the lab report was issued. Below that, you'll see the listed, upon the submission that the detective provided, he listed subjects and victims, and those individuals are listed there. And below that is the beginning of the evidence items that we tested.
And those items that you tested, are those provided to you by the police department?
They are through our evidence receiving and property.
And I am going to ask that you be handed a set of items that hopefully will be in order for you. Which I am going to go ahead and go to page 2 of the report. Does that listing of items continue on the next page?
It does. At the top, there's listing of the items, and then below is the chart of the serology screening results.
And if you could take a look at the items that were just handed to you and verify that those are the items that were submitted related to this DNA testing.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Which, while Mr. DeBlanc is doing that, Your Honor, for the record, he was handed Exhibit 8, Exhibit 12, Exhibit 13, Exhibit 14, Exhibit 15, Exhibit 45, and Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Yes, these were the items of evidence that are listed on this report.
And going to page 2 of the report, there is a section that is labeled in the middle under results and conclusions, which if you can describe specifically, the first piece of evidence, there's a 012, number 12. And I'm going to go back to page 1 of the report. Is that correlating to the swabs from the knife blade?
Yes, item 12 is listed as swabs from a knife blade.
And just going through the testing and the results from the swabs from the knife blade, can you describe what testing was done and what the results were and how that's documented in this report?
Okay. As you can see here, it's presented, the serology testing results are presented on this chart. Starting on the left, you list the evidence item number, then the course of our testing. The first box, which is detection of possible biological stains, is our testing process where we use an alternate light source, and a stain, which is not visible by the naked eye, will either fluoresce or absorb. And that's what that test does. And that's simply stating that that test was not performed on these 2 items listed below. As for our blood, you can see that those are the results of a screening for the presence of blood. And then further, the presence of semen are testing, but also noting in this case that it was not tested. And then further, it goes down to, was that item forwarded to DNA analysis? Was it taken forward to our DNA processing?
And you were not asked to test for semen in this case, is that correct?
No, it was not on the issued paper and report from the detective. It was not requested.
And so specifically for the swabs from the knife blade, it was looking for whether or not there was the presence of blood. If blood had been present, then additional DNA testing would have been performed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But because there was no blood, there was nothing else to test.
That is correct. Testing at that point halted or stopped.
And the next item of evidence is labeled number 17. And it appears that that is the swabs from the sidewalk evidence marker number 1.
Yes, that is correct. It is listed as item 17, which is marked as swabs from sidewalk.
And can you describe what testing was done and what, if any, results came from the serology?
Again, we list the item number of 17, which are the swabs from the sidewalk. Again, our testing for non-visible stains, noting that test was not performed. As for the blood, it does note that a positive presumptive test was performed, but that test was not confirmed. What that means is that other things can give a positive result. Other compounds, such as certain vegetable matter, as horseradish, could also give the same result. But it wasn't confirmed in our confirmatory test for blood, but it gave an indication of blood. And that's what that is noting there. As for semen, it was not tested and it was forwarded to DNA testing.
And once it's forwarded for DNA testing, would you be able to determine if it came from, did you say a horseradish?
Well, I just listed as a possible example of vegetable material that could also give a positive result. But our downstream analysis is specific to human DNA. And if DNA profile is generated, it is from a human source.
And moving to page 3 of your report, can you describe what is shown here in the DNA testing results?
This is, again, a chart describing the DNA results that we have. Again, it's listing the item. In this case, it's actually the sample we took and moved forward because it is consumed during the testing process when we produce a DNA extract. So that's just noting that it was sample and that we keep that in our evidence storage at the lab. The other things noted here are the results saying that the STR results, that it was a single source profile. That means it originated from one individual and only one individual. And the number of contributors is again confirming that it's from one individual. Was there a person's reasonably expected? No, not in this incident. Again, the profiles for comparison is a single source profile. And then we got to the comparisons of the DNA profiles from the DNA reference samples that were submitted in this case. And that is just saying that the comparisons were made and who was excluded and who was included in that profile.
And
then,
Mr.
yes.
Michael Moseley was specifically excluded.
Yes, the individuals listed of Michael Moseley, Clayton Beathard, Paul Trepini, and Daniel Silva, when compared to the DNA reference samples that were submitted and generated as well, they were excluded. The one profile that matched and was included was from Alva Bethum.
And can you describe that, I guess, the accuracy of that DNA comparison?
Yes. The next part where it's listed in that chart of frequency of the evidence profile for unrelated individuals, that is saying how frequent would you find that profile amongst all the possible combinations of DNA? How often would you find that profile? And it's saying that for of the locations that we looked at, which are 22 locations of DNA, it would be rare out of 100 trillion profiles.
And is that more than the world population?
It is.
And just going to page 4 of the report, is that just including the signature of the forensic scientist that you described, Ms. Bennett?
It's also listing our statistical weight of where we got that data from. And then it's just saying that our disposition, that the evidence was being returned to our evidence receiving unit, and that this report was issued by our forensic scientist, Lindsay Bennett.
And page 5 of the report, can you describe what information is provided here?
Okay, these are basically an appendix and terms that are used amongst the report. This is kind of like the cheat sheet we provide for certain terms that we provided in the charts and in the body of the wording of the report.
Is that in hopes that non-scientists will be able to interpret the report?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mccullough.
Hello, sir. I'll be brief. The submitting officer for this report was Detective Zachariah Beavis.
Yes, according to the submission paperwork, it was.
And on May 13th, 2020, swabs from a knife blade were submitted, correct?
I would need to refer to my notes.
Oh, you don't. Let's see, I'm looking.
No, I'm checking.
Yeah, if I could, I'll hand him an extra copy.
He has his notes.
Okay.
Yes. Looking through my chain of custody, the actual item, the swabs from the knife blade, were submitted to the lab on January 2nd, 2020.
Okay, was that by Officer Terry or was that?
It's just noted as it was dropped off at our Dropbox.
Okay, all righty. And that's specimen 012.
Yes, that's correct.
And no blood was identified on it?
It was not. Or it was presumptive. It was not.
Presumptive, okay. And if there's no
Presumptively
blood,
negative.
then there's no need to forward it for DNA, is that right?
No, there was no indication of blood, so it was not forwarded. to DNA.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, may I be excused?
Yes, we need to collect the evidence that is coming
Okay.
over there.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably a good stopping point. I'll let y'all go before 5 o'clock today. And we will see you back on tomorrow morning. I think when we start early, we tend to get a lot more in. So is that a good time for y'all? Hopefully, I had my assistant kind of monitoring the weather. I think for now we're good. So maybe y'all can get home before the weather gets bad. Y'all be careful, okay? Now, I'm going to recite the rule. Do not do any outside research on this case. Don't do any social media research or internet research. Don't Google anything. Don't try to do your own investigation. This will likely be something that's talked about on the news. So I don't know. I'd like to tell you don't watch the news. I'd hate to tell you that, but just don't watch anything about this case on the news. Okay. All right. We'll see you in the morning at 8:15.
All right.
Hello everybody, welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching... Hello everybody, welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Be quiet. All right, everybody. Yep. So yeah, that's the end for the day. I think everything else is offline for right now. Looks like everything in Memphis might be done for the day. I'm not sure. Remember, it's about 5 o'clock there, so that makes sense. Today, well, I was able to kind of follow along in bits and pieces. Yeah, there's a lot of cumulative things here. Yes, there's a million people who were at this and they're testifying like, oh yeah, that's me inside that, and we watched the video again the whole time. They have to show who all these people are because that was a big scrum. When you guys see this video now, there's like a 2 people. Looks like 2 saggy boobs hanging out that arm. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Gixer. You talking about in the picture? Not really sure. So, yeah. So all those people, the prosecutors got to bring them up because if they don't, the defense would hammer on, well, why aren't these people here? We know who they are. Why aren't they testifying? All these people can also say nobody had a weapon. This Michael Moseley started the fight, and then it kind of went from there. All these people are going to try to say, look, we tried to break it up and keep people civil, and he went crazy and started stabbing everybody. Like I said before, and I keep bringing this up, the fact nobody had a weapon doesn't mean anything if there's a million people there, and the one shot, it looks like there's about 5 or 6 guys trying to kick the shit out of Michael Moseley, so yeah, there's a disparity of force, and he might have the right to defend himself right then and there, but you have to have that ability to use self-defense with every strike of that knife. Every time you pull that trigger, you have to have that ability to claim self-defense. But yeah, this was meant to be 2 weeks, but I think they're chugging through it pretty quick. Today for me, I was just, I mean, this was There was no bombshell today. There wasn't anything super critical. This is just the prosecution going through their witnesses. Oh, that state seal looking pic? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, that's off I forget where it's a court from somewhere, but I saw it looked pretty cool. Eleanor, yeah, it looks like he struck the first punch. I think so too, but I mean, if a bunch of guys tell you they're gonna kick your ass, maybe you do strike. I'm not sure. He's probably gonna, if he doesn't testify, he's a fool. I think at this point he has to. Claiming self-defense and not talking about what happened, but yeah, I mean, Nas, all the witnesses said it was not one man against a bunch of guys, but that one point where they're kind of making their way across the street as part of that fight, he's got people coming up to him, and he's, I think you could reasonably infer from looking at it that he could claim he's fighting multiple people at once. And I think that's the argument he's going to make from the defense side. Do I buy it? Ultimately, no. Because once again, he appears to be the aggressor. He appears to have been the guy up to no good that night. So, do I think it'll work? Probably not, but you have to run with the cards you have. And in this case, he's got to argue this mob of bros from the country club high school were going to kick my ass. Jaden, Tristan, Kensworth, and whatever else these guys have. There's one guy is like a serial killer name, too. And then Thoby and, oh my God, Kenzie and Kennedy and Tristan, oh my God, it was totes. Yeah, he's got to make it sound like all these rich kids were coming after him. That's pretty much all he's got. Let me see here. Oh, Gixer, that's a promo I put together just so when I'm not around, Critter and Gabby and whoever else is around, they can play that because there are people who show up that don't know who I am. So it kind of helps put a face to the channel. I don't know if this trial will be over by the end of the week, Shaw, but it's chugging along pretty good. So I just, let me see here. Yes, more or less, he was trying to, get up on that girl, the one girl. She testified at the beginning. She was actually the first witness. If you go back to day one, you can watch her. He was, trying to put his moves on and be all Rico Suave, and she said she wasn't having it. It sounds like she may have been dancing around with him maybe a little bit, who knows, but at some point her friends kind of stepped in and said, yeah, she doesn't want to be part of you, dude. And, I'm sure that there were some, not pleasant words thrown in there too, and then they left, and then Moseley left, and then they encountered each other again outside, and then that's when it all went down. But yes, that's kind of the beginning of it. I can see and the best way for a fight to start, with a woman involved. I mean, how many times has that happened in history? I mean, the Trojan War was started over a woman. So, the prosecution says they will finish tomorrow. Yeah, they'll probably bring up the other guy who died, one of his family members, Clay, because I know they had Paul Trepini's dad did today, and then they'll have AJ. Probably he's the one who survived. I have a feeling they'll make him the last. Like I get stabbed in the eye, because it sounds like he's also blind in that eye, and he'll go next. You guys can hear me, okay, right? I always ask you this as a defense lawyer about how you think the defense is doing. I mean, you got what you got, and you got to work with it. I mean, if you tell me to take this and go try to blow up a tank with it, yeah, I'll try to do that, but You know, it's just like a little Nerf gun. It's not going to do anything. But if this is all you give me, okay, I'll try. I'm going to fail, but I'll try anyway. That's the way I sum it up. I mean, if you've got, you know, you got a pair of twos, you're playing poker, I mean, you play the cards you got, and they don't really have good ones. Their guy appears to be, you know, these victims and the witnesses are very sympathetic. He appears to be the guy who was kind of acting like a douchebag. The only thing he was missing was a flat-brimmed hat. So, at least he's got that going for him. I mean, some of these cases, you just don't have a ton to work with. I think they're pretty competent and they're doing a good job with what they have. So... Oh yeah, hey Ash. Yeah, there was some stuff going on where there was like downtime and some of the people who are like the regulars wanted to watch something, so I let them kind of choose what they wanted to watch something. We just put it together and let it run while I was taking care of other things. So no, we we don't always do this, and I know we've been doing it pretty hard lately, but I might be taking a little bit of a break. Depends. I try to do my own content as well, my own videos. If you click on the channel, there's some there. Do a live show every week on Thursday nights, 9:30. So tomorrow night. Yeah, we don't, it's not just streaming the trial, but I like to try to talk about it, comment on it. So, if you like it, please like, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Show replays. Critter, yeah, I don't know if he's going to be the star witness, but he's going to be a pretty big one because it looks like he was involved the whole way through. Yeah, I still think he's going to be the best. He's the most powerful witness because he was injured and he lived to tell the tale. That's how I would do it. Crystal Daniels is out of Tennessee. Billy Ray Turner, the NBA, he murdered the NBA player. He was out of Tennessee too. Yeah, a lot of interesting ones out of Tennessee lately. Redonda Vaught, the nurse who completely screwed up and killed that lady in the hospital, she was out of Tennessee. Yeah, there's a bunch out of Tennessee lately. He did a lot of damage to 60 seconds. Crap, I don't have my pocket knife with me, but I mean, it's just a simple pocket knife, guys. It wasn't anything fancy. If you have a knife and you want to cause some damage and those guys don't have weapons, well, yeah, it's easy to be brave, but I mean, knives are very brutal. I mean, you can go on YouTube, well, not Live Leak anymore, but just around the internet, like knife attacks, like robberies in like Brazil, for example. There's a lot of stuff on CCTV there. It doesn't take much to run around and start killing people and hurting people with a knife. Not much at all. That's, as you can see, I mean, he just stabbed him straight through the chest and, pierced the pericardial sac, and those guys were goners. I mean, that's the thing that sucks for their friends. They were trying to apply pressure, and that wasn't going to do anything. Those guys were dying right then and there, and absent being in a hospital, they weren't going to make it. They probably also suffered from a little bit of, like, pneumothorax and, their chest cavity being punctured, so, suffocating in their own juices that way too. It's not a good way to go. But once you hit the heart like that, there's not much you can do absent being a doctor, having an OR set up. I'm going to leave that one alone. But yeah, other than that, this wasn't the most impressive day ever. But this is how it goes. The forensic stuff, nobody's arguing that there were any forensic issues. Nobody's arguing about any of the crime scene issues. He pulled out his knife and he went Mr. Stabby on people. We get that. He's not denying it. So, he stabbed both of them in the heart, which I find a bit off, because if they were fighting back, how did he get so close? Well, think about it this way. If I've got this and this is a knife, actually, hold on 1 second. You know, if I have a knife, and we may have it, yes, Mr. Stabby, the Earl of Stabworth, Mr. Stabbington, if you're European and you like aristocracy. Anyway, think about it. If you've got a knife, it's not just this far away I can get you. I can get you here. I mean, I have my whole arm's length. Fucking did that again, Jesus. No, I'm not looking to join the German army. But remember, I can, that's not right in front of my face, you guys. So remember, you don't have to, get up right onto somebody. It helps. But remember, you've got arm length. So it doesn't mean he just, yeah, it doesn't mean he just, he got super, super close, But I mean, even this right here, I mean, I don't have to get, you don't have to get, this far away from me. How far away can I flail this? So, just something to think about. That is a good idea. It's a good thing to think about, Nas. But, it's not the end-all, be-all, is what I would say. So, yeah, I was trying to find my pocket knife because I usually have one around. I usually have one on me a lot of times, and I cannot find it for the life of me. Oh, well. Well, yeah, there's that one where he does the, the corner shot and gets around the lady. So, yeah, but remember, it just... yeah. So, yeah, I just, it's all right. I got what you were going at, Shaw. Makes sense. Yeah, the lunging attack that he did, that one's pretty clear. But I think when he got the first guy, and how did he go down and get him? Yeah, that's the other thing too. I'm not saying this to make fun of him or make fun of any people. Michael Moseley understands the concept of, being violent. And that's something if you have to defend yourself. You have to know how to be violent. He knows how to be violent, Take the knife and just, you watched him. Like, when you've got something like a knife, you don't just, okay, well, there we go. You don't, you don't just, if you're fighting somebody and you have a knife, you don't just go, and you go, oh, okay, what happened there? It's the same way, like if you have a gun, you don't go, bang, and you go, oh, did I hit him? No, you go bang, 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 bang. Like, you shoot till they're done. So, I mean, that's part of being violent, is being savage while you're being violent. Now, yes, is he a lunatic because he stabbed this lady in the face with a knife and car keys because of something that happened to his family? Yeah, he is. But I can still understand the concept of controlled violence. You overwhelm your target. Well, the cat was made to leave. Oh, that sucks. You missed your garbage pickup. Jeez. But yeah, in his case, these guys are coming at him. I think I mentioned this earlier. This is one of those deals, though. These guys were adults and they got no fight with a guy, and they weren't prepared for the idea of, well, we might be... She's okay. So if you get into a fight with a guy and you're, at the bar, you have to be prepared. Well, God, this guy might be a lunatic. and start pulling out a knife and start stabbing me. Well, what happens then? Well, you've got a plan for that. So maybe it is, gee, we might not want to fight this guy. Like, we shove him and get him out of the way. And that's it. Because those guys wanted to go... yes, real world. I think you've heard me say that before, too. Yes. You don't do stupid things in stupid places with stupid people. This is a very critical thing. Now, these guys weren't... The guys who got killed and the guy who got wounded, they weren't in a stupid place. I mean, you might argue a bar might be a dumb place, but a bar at 3 a.m., I mean, nothing good's happening at that point. Like, I get it. They want to drink and have fun. But was it really worth it getting in a fight with that guy? Like, okay, he shoved in, like, okay, great. And he, you might punch him once or twice and shove him back out into the street. All right, well, there's a bunch of you right now, and you could stand there and say, if you come at us again, we're going to river dance a mud hole into your ass. But they went after him and started fighting. Well, they fought with a guy who clearly didn't give a shit and was willing to stab him. Not saying it's right. I'm just saying they fought a guy who was willing to go all the way and farther than they were willing to go. And that's the danger. They aren't innocent in this. Well, even if they aren't, the cat's name is Chewy. Because she does look like Chewy, but I'm not going to pick her up because she's not getting picked up. They aren't innocent, sure. And, it's a bunch of people fighting dudes getting drunk at the bar. When I was in college, yeah, I'm going to admit I was in that situation too. Luckily, I didn't run into a guy who was willing to pull out a knife and start stabbing people. They didn't deserve to die, but they aren't angels. But I'd say of the parties involved, I bet they're, in reality, I bet if you watch the whole fight go down, you probably would have been like, okay, well, a bunch of drunk yahoos mouthing off at each other, and you would have chalked it up to normal bar fight stuff. He is in prison right now. He's doing 12 years. So, he's already doing 12 years for that. So, even if he loses here, he's still got like 11 years and like 8 months to go. Yep, we've all been there. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, today was just the boring stuff, and this is, aside from the number of witnesses, this is how a lot of murder trials go across the country. Oh yeah, I understand the Walmart thing, that was, there's a whole nother story to that and what all happened with him and his family, and I get that, but it's kind of like the whole Cain Velasquez thing I did a video on. You can't just run up on people and start attacking them. We tend to frown upon that as a society. Well, I think that was alleged. So, but given the way things are going with Michael, I'm not sure he's necessarily the best judge of character. I will say it was interesting that the defense wasn't able to stop that like $750 and the drug dealing to come in, because it sounds like they're trying to impute that Michael's this evil drug dealer, or he's the money man for the drug dealer, because he got arrested with like $700 in his pocket. Yes, Kay, I'm sorry, Ash. Yes, he is serving a 12-year prison sentence. This lady and her husband are suspected of being a person involved in killing his stepbrother. He found the lady at a Walmart, and he stabbed her up and blinded her. He's doing 12 years for that. Here's the deal, though, Shaw. I don't have the discovery in front of me. I don't have the full file. I don't know exactly how everything played out, so it must have been kosher under the rules of evidence. I generally try to chalk things up to that because I haven't seen everything, and if I saw every little bit of discovery, which in this case would probably be half like a banker's box worth of stuff. There might be something there we don't know about that allowed this to happen. Yep, he was out on bond for the Walmart assault when this all happened. Let's see here. Yeah, bar fights happen all the time. Well, yes, bar fights happen and nobody gets charged because usually nobody gets stabbed to death. Yet everyone loses their mind when a celebrity slaps someone with no consequences. Zulu, I would say that's more of an issue of the fact that, as a comedian, he has the jester's immunity. I mean, that's something that's been around for millennia. That the funny man can make fun of people, and you may not like it, but we all understand it's an act, and it's a joke. And the king doesn't kill the jester for making jokes. And in Will Smith's situation, he's got his own demons, and, I think he hit Chris Rock because he couldn't hit Jada. And so he picked on somebody else instead. You notice he went and beat on the little guy. He doesn't go attack big people. Maybe. I mean, he sounds like he gets him, as real world said, and I've said it before, you don't do stupid things in stupid places with stupid people. It sounds like he doesn't do a good job of avoiding that stuff. So if you don't avoid those, they're called the 3 S's. Stupid places, stupid things, and stupid people. You're going to find yourself in trouble frequently. Jada's tougher than Chris Rock? Maybe. But she didn't go up there and whoop his ass. She made Will go do it, so. Not saying it's right. It's just, Will was laughing until Jada told him not to. We'll talk about that more tomorrow night, because that'll be fun to talk about with everybody here. So remember, guys, tomorrow night, 8:30, I'll probably plug it a little more. That tomorrow. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. People do generally walk away if there's nothing bad happens. It's the fights that get out of control and somebody gets a broken jaw or their orbital socket gets broken or, they fall and they get, screwed up real bad. But yeah, for every fight that you ever hear about, there's 1,000 you never do. Oh, we're fine. Everybody's here fine. Yeah, have a nice night, guys. It looks like some of you starting to pack it up. So, yeah, I think I'm going to pack it up as well. It's 6:30. So, guys, we'll start up again tomorrow and see where this goes. It sounds like the prosecution will be done. We'll see what the defense is going to try. So, you guys have a great night.